commemoration for those who fell in battle. It's an important opportunity to express both meaning and mourning, a time for both remembering and respect. In this place, as in so many other places across America and around the world, people struggle to find the words that give proper honor to the lives of those that gave the last full measure of devotion, knowing that words alone are never enough. In a letter to a mother who lost 5 sons during the Civil War, President Lincoln wrote, "I feel how weak and fruitless must be any words of mine which could attempt to beguile you from the grief of a loss so overwhelming. But I cannot refrain from tendering to you the consolation that may be found in the thanks of the Republic they died to serve. I pray that our Heavenly Father may assuage the anguish of your bereavement and leave you only with the cherished memory of the loved and lost, and the solemn pride that must be yours to lay so costly a sacrifice upon the altar of freedom." Lincoln's words were very eloquent, but words can never really suffice, including mine here today. But what we can do and what we must do is give pause as individuals, as families, as friends, and as a grateful nation to remember. To remember not only the sacrifices made of the brave men and women we are here to honor today, but also extend our hearts to the spouses and the loved ones, to the young son or daughter who only knows their mom or dad by a photograph, to let them know that we share their sorrow and we bear their grief. I remember talking to a Gold Star parent not too long ago, and he explained, as only a Gold Star parent can, that as horrible a loss of a child is, no matter the reason, the family and the circle of friends will grieve deeply with them and lend support. But he went on to say that when a parent loses a child in the defense of freedom, not only does the family and friends mourn, but so does a grieving nation. And it is our support that sustains and ensures their sacrifices are never forgotten. This is why it's important today to give pause and remember our fallen. It's because of their selfless sacrifice that we are called upon today to reflect on what it truly means to live in freedom. It is our duty and our responsibility to keep their memories alive. So today I ask that we be purposeful in fulfilling our promise to them, to remember their sacrifice, to keep their memories alive, and to hold them in our hearts forever. I've always found that it's good to close with someone else who has said it better, and I thought today that a Bible verse from John chapter 15 does that, which simply states, "Greater love has no end than this, than he laid down his life for his friends." I thank you all for being here today, and it's so good again to see you all in person. Please know that your presence here this morning has a great meaning in fulfilling our promise to our fallen. May God bless those we honor here today, those currently serving America in uniform, our nation's veterans, and all of you. Thank you all for listening to me this morning.
Thank you, Ms. Moore. Lovely. Next, please welcome Mr. Douglas Maddox. He's director of the Bay Pines National Cemetery. Douglas Maddox was named the director of the Bay Pines National Cemetery August 3rd of 2020. He's responsible for all burial, maintenance, and administrative operations at the facility. By the way, have you had a chance to see the flags? It's beautiful. Prior to this assignment, Mr. Maddox served as the assistant director of the Dallas-Fort Worth National Cemetery from July of 2018. Mr. Maddox began his career with the VA in 2013 as a medical administration support representative at the West Palm Beach VA Medical Center.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for that kind introduction, Russell. Welcome to Bay Pines National Cemetery. We missed you, and we are so very happy to see you here. I can't begin to tell you how this warms my heart and all of my staff who work here each and every day. So thank you for being here. We missed you especially these last 2 years that made it impossible for us to gather. Nonetheless, we would like to extend our welcome on behalf of the Secretary, Mr. McDonough, and also a warm welcome to our distinguished guests, veterans, our veteran service organizations, the families, caregivers, survivors, and friends of those we are here to honor today. Let me just say that addressing an audience, honoring those who have died in service to our nation, is always difficult. Words will never approach the enormous heights of their sacrifices. It's even more difficult when the commemoration includes families and friends of those to whom we pay tribute. The nation's loss of your husband, wife, son, daughter, grandparent, aunt, or uncle, anyone dear to you whom we honor today, is a far deeper loss to you, and we are grateful for your sacrifice. I'd like to refer to President Lincoln, whose timeless words bear repeating. On November 19, 1863, at Gettysburg, he reminded, "The world will little note nor long remember what we say here, but it can never forget what they did." And such is the case today and always. Memorial Day is a time to solemnly remember, to ensure none of us ever forget our fallen, who for nearly 250 years have devoted themselves to the cause of liberty. We also honor those who went missing in action and remain unaccounted for. Those citizen soldiers who loved freedom beyond measure have tilled democracy's soil with their bodies, consecrated it with their blood, been our ramparts against the forces of fear and tyranny. Memorial Day is a sacred day for America. This is the day is dedicated to all those who have served the country and have passed from us. It's also dedicated to all of those who gave their lives securing our freedom and then defending our freedom in the centuries since, all for the sake of that simple truth that all men are created equal, all for those inalienable rights that we cherish still today: life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Rights that brave young men and women still volunteer to defend today. So we pause with great pride and deep gratitude for their courage, their immense sacrifices on the altar of freedom. Thanks to them, our American way of life sparks the hopes and dreams of others in every corner of the globe. What our country represents has drawn millions to our shores. People from around the world who have immigrated here became Americans, built and strengthened by this nation, and made their own sacrifices in succeeding generations. Whenever our nation has faced the imminent storm clouds of war, these patriots from all backgrounds, lineages, ethnicities, and faiths have stepped forward to say, "I will serve, I will go, I will fight for what is right." We honor them always. By being present with all of you, by participating in this ceremony and all other commemorations like it, and by our advocacy for veterans every day of the year, we enforce the bond between the United States and those who have given their lives to protect and defend our country. We can be here together today, free, only because of those who gave on our behalf. To everyone who is here remembering a loved one, I wish you comfort, strength, and peace of mind. Let us pause for a few moments of silence to remember the many lives that ended far too soon for the noble causes of freedom, justice, and peace. Thank you all for participating in this observance today. I wish each of you a meaningful and fulfilling Memorial Day. May God bless our departed heroes. May God bless the men and women who continue to serve the country in uniform. And may God always bless the United States of America and each and every one of you here today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Maddox. And now we'll have Chaplain Larry Black present Old Glory.
I am the flag of the United States of America. My name is Old Glory. I fly atop the world's tallest buildings. I stand watch in America's halls of justice. I fly majestically over great institutions of learning. I stand guard with the greatest military power in the world. Look up and see me. I stand for peace, honor, truth, and justice. I stand for freedom. I am confident. I am arrogant. I am proud. When I'm following my fellow banners, my head is a little higher, my colors a little truer. I bow to no one. I am recognized all over the world. I am worshiped, I am loved, and I am feared. I have fought in every battle of every war for more than 200 years. Gettysburg, Shiloh, Appomattox, San Juan Hill, the trenches of France, the Argonne forests, Anzio, Rome, the beaches of Normandy, Guam, Okinawa, Japan, Korea, Vietnam, in the Persian Gulf, Afghanistan, Iraq, and a score of places long forgotten by all those who were there with me. I was there. I led my soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, and Coast Guardmen. I followed them and watched over them. They loved me. I was on a small hill in Iwo Jima. I was dirty, battle-worn, and tired, but my Marines and sailors cheered me, and I was proud. I have been soiled, burned, torn, and trampled on the streets of countries that I have helped set free. It does not hurt, for I am invincible. I have been soiled, burned, torn, and trampled on the streets of mine own country. And when it is done by those I have served in battle with, it does hurt. But I shall overcome, for I am strong. I have slipped the bonds of earth, and from my vantage point on the moon, I stand watch over the uncharted new frontiers of space. I've been a silent witness to all of America's finest hours, but my finest hour comes when I'm torn in stripes to be used as bandages for my wounded comrades on the field of battle. When I fly at half-mast to honor my soldiers, my airmen, my sailors, my Marines, and my Coast Guardsmen. And when I lie in the trembling arms of a grieving mother, father, wife, husband, son, or daughter at the graveside of a fallen military member, it makes me proud. You see, my name is Old Glory. Long may I wave, dear God. Long may I wave.
Chaplain, that was beautiful. Thank you. All right, it is now my pleasure to introduce U.S. Representative Charlie Crist. Representative Crist represents Florida's 13th Congressional District, which covers most of Pinellas County. First elected to the U.S. House in November of 2017, Representative Crist has spent his life serving his fellow Floridians, having served as Florida Senator, State Attorney General.
All right, so that was one of the many Memorial Day services held across the country today. They were pretty excited about that one. It was the first in-person ceremony they were able to hold since the pandemic shutdown. there in Pinellas County, Florida. Meanwhile, tomorrow we will be bringing you live coverage of the Johnny Depp defamation trial. The verdict might come down tomorrow, and again, we will bring you the latest regarding that and so much more news here on Live Now from Fox. And our live coverage continues tomorrow morning at 5 a.m. Eastern. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. Again, my name is Cheryl Lee Discour-Beth, and we hope you had a grateful Memorial Day. Thanks so much for joining us.
He's under the weather at this time. He's not able to make it. And we wish Terry well. It looks like he will have some surgery probably in the next couple of weeks or so. Looking at Memorial Day, earlier I was
Ladies and gentlemen, Chaplain Colonel James Foster, Command Chaplain, Joint Task Force, National Capital Region, and the United States Army Military District of Washington.
I invite you to a moment of prayer with me on this hot but amazing day. Almighty God, who rules the nations and gives freely to those who ask, I praise you this morning and thank you for a nation here who continues to call upon your name. I thank you for the blessings you have bestowed upon us and the freedoms we enjoy because of your righteous right arm. For generation after generation now, the men and women of this nation have stood up when called upon in order to do our very best at providing liberty, justice for all, and a peace that passes all understanding. The headstones surrounding this amphitheater and a multitude of others around the globe stand in representation of the brave souls that have gone on before us, and for which we give particular thanks today. Lord, they call out to us to choose wisely in our endeavors. So on this day of remembrance, stir our hearts to stand united and to continue striving for that peace that only you provide. Now bless our efforts and our words in this place today. In your holy name I ask it. Amen.
Please remain standing for our national anthem, presented by the United States Air Force Band and singing sergeants. Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, General Mark A. Milley.
Mr. President, Madam Vice President, Secretary Austin, distinguished guests, fellow Americans, and most importantly, Gold Star families, welcome to all. And it's an honor to join you all in solemn remembrance and reflection on this 154th observance of Memorial Day for the over 1 million Americans who have given the last full measure of devotion in service to our country. Beginning with the founding of our nation, more than 42 million Americans have worn the cloth of our country. From Lexington and Concord to Yorktown, from Manassas to Appomattox, in Bellawood and Normandy and Iwo Jima, Busan, Incheon, the Ia Drang, Ramadi, Mosul, and the Arghandab. These places are forever etched in our national vocabulary and in our collective memory. The story of the sacrifices made is the story of our nation. It's the story of our values. And behind every fallen soldier, sailor, airman, and Marine is a family whose sacrifice beats in the heart of every American. On this day, reflect on the parents who grow up without the comfort of their child, of the children who grow up without a parent. For the families of our fallen, every day is Memorial Day. Our fallen fought and gave their lives for an idea, a simple yet powerful idea, the idea that is America, embedded in our founding documents, the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution, for which we swear an oath. The idea that here in the United States of America, every single one of us is born free and equal. No matter who you are, no matter where you came from, under these colors of red, white, and blue, all of us, every single one of us, is an American. And our fallen lived knowing that freedom and the idea that is America is worth fighting for, and is up to us, the living, to ensure they did not die in vain. And we do that by recommitting ourselves to the idea, the values that constitute America. That we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men and all women are endowed by the Creator with the inalienable rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And we uphold the cause, not just for which they died, but the cause for which they lived. And we must continue. We must live a life that is worthy of their sacrifice. And we continue to build this nation and never forget the idea that is America. So on this day and every day, may God bless our fallen and the cause for which they gave their all. It is now my privilege to introduce the Secretary of Defense, a man who I have personally witnessed his leadership in the crucible of battle. And I have had the pleasure of knowing him for a quarter of a century. He's a leader of courage, a leader of integrity, a leader of grit. It's my pleasure to serve alongside him yet again. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor to introduce the 28th United States Secretary of Defense, Lloyd J. Austin III.
Mr. President, Dr. Biden, Vice President Harris, Mr. Imhoff, fellow members of the Cabinet, General Milley, and members of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, good afternoon. To our distinguished guests, our service members, and my fellow veterans, thank you for letting us share this day with you. And to the Gold Star and surviving families here, you honor us with your presence. I know that when you look across this hallowed ground, you ache for those you have lost. Your devotion to your loved ones has never faltered. And in turn, America owes all of you support that does not waver. We renew that dedication every Memorial Day. And as we do, we also renew our faith in our democracy and the values of self-government that bind us together as Americans. We understand the stakes. In the 21st century, the security of the world hinges again on the survival and success of the American experiment. And in turn, that great experiment relies on the American patriots who volunteer to keep their fellow citizens safe and their nation secure. And these patriots carry the moral force that can be wielded only by free people defending their inalienable rights and the rule of law. Today, on the battlefields of Ukraine, the world again sees the power of democratic citizens and soldiers to defy tyranny, cruelty, and oppression. Their freedom is under attack. And so is the international order rooted in the rules that we have built since World War II at such terrible costs. We understand the challenge, and we're determined to meet it. As the President says, in the battle between democracy and autocracies, democracies are rising to the moment. We draw inspiration from the unity of our allies and partners, and we draw strength from the men and women of the United States military. In the years since we last gathered on this solemn day, America's longest war has come to a close. And today we remember the 2,461 American service members and personnel who fell in Afghanistan. And we remember all those who still carry the wounds of that war, to body and to soul. We hold them in our hearts alongside the patriots across generations who gave their lives to defend us all. The heroes here are joined together, united not just by their final resting place, but by their devotion to the values that gave life to our democracy. And they came from every state, from every territory, from every background, and from every creed. But they were all patriots who loved their country, who marched to defend our democracy, and who fought to forge a more perfect union. Their sacrifice demands more than even our deepest gratitude. In the words of President Kennedy, who rests nearby, quote, "We must never forget that the highest appreciation is not to utter words, but to live by them." So as we honor our fallen today, let us live by their dedication to democracy, to liberty, and to the Constitution. When choosing between what is easy and what is right, let us live by the example of our fallen warriors. And when the values that we hold dear are put to the test, let us live by the ideals that they gave their lives to defend. Today we hold the fallen in our prayers, and every day we strive to make them proud. Thank you again for being here today. And ladies and gentlemen, our Commander-in-Chief has been a staunch and steadfast champion of our men and women in uniform. And I know personally how much he values their sacrifice, their commitment, and how devoted he is to our men and women in uniform and to the families who serve alongside them. He has spent a lifetime in public service to advance the democratic ideals for which so many have given so much. It is my honor to introduce the President of the United States.
Thank you. They lie here in glory and honor, in quiet rows in Arlington, in cemeteries in Europe that I've visited many of you of, in graves across our country, in towns large and small, America's beloved daughters and sons who dared all, risked all, and gave all to preserve and defend an idea unlike any other in human history. the idea of the United States of America. And today, as a nation, we undertake a sacred ritual to reflect and remember, because if we forget the lives that each of those silent markers represent, mothers, fathers, siblings, spouses, children, if we forget what they sacrificed, what they made, so that our nation might endure, strong, free, and united, then we forget who we are. Who we are. Ladies and gentlemen, our First Lady, the love of my life, Jill, Vice President Harris, the Second Gentleman, Secretary Austin, General Milley, Joint Chiefs of Staff, Cabinet members, Gold Star families, most importantly, and survivors. Today, we renew our sacred vow. It's a simple vow, to remember, to remember. Memorial Day is always a day where pain and pride are mixed together. We all know it sitting here. Jill and I know it. Today's the day our son died. And folks, for those who have lost a loved one in the service of our country, if your loved one is missing or unaccounted for, I know the ceremonies reopen that black hole in the center of your chest that just pulls you in, suffocates you. I said 7 years ago today, our son, Major Bo Biden, took his last breath at Walter Reed. Major in the Delaware Army National Guard, he insisted on deploying to Iraq with his unit for a year when he was Attorney General. Came home a decorated soldier, Bronze Star, Legion of Merit, Delaware's Conspicuous Service Cross. He didn't die in the line of duty. He came home from Iraq with cancer. It was horrific cancer that stole us from him. Stole him from us. But still, it always feels to me on Memorial Day, I see him, not as he was the last time I held his hand, but the day I pinned his bars on him as a second lieutenant. I see him with me down at the Delaware Memorial Bridge, hugging all the Gold Star families. Days like this bring back before your eyes their smile and their laugh. The last conversation you had, each of you know it, the hurt can be overwhelming. But for so many of you, as is with Jill and me, the hurt is wrapped around the knowledge that your loved one was part of something bigger than any of us. They chose a life of purpose. Sounds corny, like a Memorial Day speech, but I mean it from the bottom of my heart. They chose a life of purpose. They had a mission. And above all, they believed in duty. They believed in honor. They believed in their country. And still today, we are free because they were brave. We live by the light of the flame of liberty that they kept burning. And so a part of them is still with us no matter how long ago we lost them. As hard as it is for many to believe, especially those whose loss is still raw, I promise you the day will come when the memory of your loved one, your patriot, will bring a smile to your lip before it brings a tear to your eye. That's when you know you're going to make it. Today, American service members stand watch around the world. And as many of you know, at often a great personal risk. And this Memorial Day, we know the memory is still painful of all the fallen who lost their lives during the last 2 decades in combat. Each of them leaving behind a family, a community, hearts broken by their absence, and lives that will never be the same. We see in the hundreds of graves here in Section 60 at Arlington, reminder that there's nothing low risk or low cost about war for the women and men who fight it. 7,054 American military members gave their lives over 20 years of our Iraq and Afghan conflicts. Untold others died of injuries and illness connected to their service in these wars. And the enduring grief borne by the survivors is the cost of war that will carry as a nation forever. And so, to every Gold Star family, to every survivor and family member and caregiver, this grateful nation owes you as well as the mercy you lost. And we can never repay the sacrifice. But we will never stop trying. We'll never fail in our duty to remember. With their lives, they bought our freedom. And so with our lives, we must always live up to their example, putting service before self, caring for our neighbors as ourselves, working fervently to bring our union just that much closer to fulfilling the founding creed. As the Secretary said, that all women and men are created equal. I've often said that as a nation we have many obligations, but the only one that is truly sacred, the only truly sacred obligation we have, is to prepare and equip those women and men we send into harm's way and care for them and their families when they return home and when they don't. This is an obligation that unites Americans. It brings us together to make sure the women and men who are willing to lay down their lives for us get the very best from us in return. I want to acknowledge that we're making progress in key areas like comprehensive bipartisan legislation that is advancing in Congress that will deliver health care services and benefits to veterans and the survivors impacted by toxic exposures. We don't know how many Americans and service members may have died because of what they were exposed to on the battlefield. Toxic smoke from burn pits near where they were based. Burn pits that incinerated with the wastes of war, medical and hazardous material, jet fuel, and so much more. But we have a duty to do right by them. And I'm determined to make sure that our brave service families and members that served alongside them do not wait decades for the care and benefits that they deserve. And that's why we're working so hard to find out what the facts are. Where we can still save lives, we have to act. All of us also have a duty to renew our commitment to the foundational values of our nation in their honor. For those are the values that have inspired generation after generation to service. On Friday, I spoke at the graduation and commissioning ceremony of the U.S. Naval Academy. I had an opportunity to do it the night before as well. It was a remarkable experience again, an honor, looking out at those young men and women, newly commissioned officers, embarking on a life of service. They hold before them the example of the heroes who have gone before them, many of your family members. Heroes who have answered duty's call at Lexington, Concord, Antietam, and Gettysburg. Belleau Woods, the Battle of the Bulge, the Korean and Vietnam and Afghanistan, Iraq, and so many other places around the world. So many of whom never returned home, including the legacy of all those held prisoners of war or who are still missing in action. To be here today, soon after that joyful celebration at the Academy, is a bracing reminder of all that we ask of our service members and their families. For it's on the strong shoulders and noble spirits of our service members that our freedom is built, our democracy is sustained. And in this moment, when a war of aggression is once more being waged by Russia to snuff out the freedom, the democracy, the very culture and identity of neighboring Ukraine. We see so clearly all that's at stake. Freedom has never been free. Democracy has always required champions. Today, in the perennial struggle for democracy and freedom, Ukraine and its people are in the front lines fighting to save their nation. But their fight is part of a larger fight that unites all people. There's a fight that so many of the patriots whose eternal rest is here in these hallowed grounds were part of. A battle between democracy and autocracy, between liberty and repression, between appetites and ambition of a few who forever seek to dominate the lives and liberties of many. A battle for essential democratic principles, the rule of law, free and fair elections, freedom to speak and write and to assemble, freedom to worship as one chooses, freedom of the press, principles that are essential for a free society. We've heard this a lot. We've heard this a lot over the years, but we're now realizing how real it is around the world in so many countries as I speak. These are the foundations of our great experiment, but they are never guaranteed, even here in America. Every generation has to defeat democracy's mortal foes. And into every generation, heroes are born, willing to shed their blood for that which they and we hold dear. Ladies and gentlemen, today we remember and we reaffirm freedom is worth the sacrifice. Democracy is not perfect. It's never been good, perfect. But it's worth fighting for. If necessary, worth dying for. It's more than just our form of government. It is part of the very soul of America, the soul of America. Our democracy is our greatest gift as a nation, made holy by those we've lost along the way. Our democracy is how we undertake the constant work of perfecting the union. And we have not perfected it, but we've never stopped trying, of opening the doors wider of opportunity and prosperity and justice for people everywhere. Our democracy is how we endure through every challenge, overcome every obstacle we faced through the last 246 years of self-government, and how we've come back stronger than before. We must never walk away from that. We must never betray the lives laid down to make our nation a beacon to the world, a citadel of liberty and justice for everybody. This is the mission of our time. Our memorial to them must not be just a day when we pause and pray. It must be a daily commitment to act, to come together, to be worthy of the price that was paid. May God bring comfort to all those who mourn. May God bless our Gold Star families and survivors. And please, God, protect our troops. God bless America and all of you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the playing of taps and the benediction.
Please join me in this closing prayer. Lord, thank you for this nation we call home. Thank you once again for those who, as the song says, more than self their country loved, and for the families of those fallen that are still grieving today. These are the patriots who continue to pay the price for the peace and security we enjoy. Now, God, bless us with your Spirit as we strive to honor their full measure of devotion, and bless with strength and courage those who faithfully continue to serve. Now, God bless America, her leaders, and all her children. Amen.
Please remain standing for the singing of America the Beautiful, performed by the United States Air Force Band and the Singing Sergeants.
Good morning. Thank you for being here today. My name is Stephen McCraw, Director of Texas Department of Public Safety. On Tuesday, the District Attorney for the 38th Judicial District, Rosina Mitchell, requested that the Texas Rangers, under the Department of Public Safety, assume lead responsibility of this horrific murder of 19 innocent child and 2 adults. Our goal today is to provide the parents, the community of Uvalde, the public, as much information as we can on where we are on the investigation. We're here to report the facts as we know them now, not to defend what was done or to criticize what was done or the actions taken. I'll begin first and foremost with the timeline as we know it. The second timeline I'll discuss is the 911 timeline. Then we'll talk about the relevant social or digital media footprint of the subject. And we'll also have plenty of time for questions at that point. At 11:27, we know from video evidence, 11:27, the exterior door suspected of where we knew the shooter entered, Ramos, was propped open by a teacher. 11:28, the suspect vehicle crashes into the ditch, as previously described. The teacher runs to the room 132 to retrieve a phone, and that same teacher walks back to the exit door, and door remains propped open. There were 2 males, as reported by Regional Director Escalon yesterday. There were 2 males at a funeral home that when they heard the crash, they went to the crash scene. When they arrived at the crash scene, before they got there, they saw a man with a gun exit the passenger side with a backpack, and they immediately began running. Ramos began shooting at him. Did not hit him. One of the males fell when he was running. Both males returned to the funeral home while they're running. And then again, we see through video, teacher reemerges inside the school in panic and apparently calls 911. 911 call at 11:30. If there was a crash, man with a gun. 11:31, the suspect reaches last row of vehicles in the school parking lot. 11:31, the suspect shooting began at the school while patrol vehicles got to the funeral home. I'll point out where it is. Crashed vehicles over here. Suspect hiding behind a vehicle, started walking down, shooting into the classroom. There was discussion early on that an ISD, Consolidated ISD for Uvalde, had officer, was a resource officer, had confronted the subject. That did not happen, as R.D. Escalon talked about yesterday. It was certainly stated in preliminary interviews, but often these preliminary interviews and a cursory walkthrough doesn't reveal the type of information, and certainly, police officers, like anyone else, under stress, sometimes witnesses get it wrong. But the bottom line is that officer was not on scene, not on campus, but had heard the 911 call with a man with a gun, drove immediately to the area, sped to what he thought was the man with a gun, to the back of the school, what turned out to be a teacher, and not the suspect. In doing so, he drove right by the suspect, who was hunkered down behind a vehicle, where he began shooting at the school. (11:31), the suspect shooting in between the vehicle is when it began, while patrol vehicle gets to the funeral home. Multiple shots are fired outside the school at 11:31. Patrol car accelerates into the parking lot, drives by the shooter. That's exactly what I was talking about. That was the ISD officer at that time. He passes and then leaves the camera view. There's multiple shots fired at the school at 11:32, at 11:32:27, 11:32:36. At 11:33 is when the suspect entered the school at the door that I'm pointing to now. At 11:33, the suspect begins shooting into room 111 or 112. It's not possible to determine from the video angle that we have at this point in time. We do know this, that he shot more than 100 rounds based on the audio evidence at that time, at least 100 rounds. He entered at 11:33, or 11:33 he started shooting in the classrooms, 111 and 112. At 11:35, 3 police officers entered the same door as the suspect entered. All 3 of those police officers worked for the Uvalde Police Department. They were later followed by another 4, a team of Uvalde police officers, 3, and also a county deputy sheriff. So a total of 7 officers were on the scene. The 3 initial police officers that arrived went directly to the door, and 2 received grazing wounds at that time from the suspect while the door was closed. At 11:37, there was more gunfire. Another 16 rounds was fired at 11:37. 1 at 11:37 and 16 seconds, 11:38, 11:40, 11:44. At 11:51, a police sergeant and USB agents started to arrive. At 12:03, officers continued to arrive in the hallway, and there were as many as 19 officers at that time in that hallway. At 12:15, we know that BORTAC members arrived. Not the entire BORTAC, but members of BORTAC, along with Shields. At 12:21, the suspect fired again, was believed to be at the door. At 11:21, law enforcement moved down the hallway. At 11:50, they breached the door using keys that they were able to get from the janitor, because both doors were locked. Though both of the classrooms that he shot into were locked when officers arrived. They killed the suspect at that time. And now I'd like to go over the 911 timeline. So I warn you, it's not it's better that I read it than you listen to it. The caller identified, I'll not say her name, but she was in room 112, called 911 at 12:03. The duration of the call was 1 minute and 23 seconds. She identified herself and whispered she's in room 112. At 12:10, she called back in room 12, advised there were multiple dead. 12:13, again she called on the phone. Again at 12:16, she's called back and said there was 8 to 9 students alive. At 12:19, a 911 call was made, and another person in room 111 called. I will not say her name. She hung up when another student told her to hang up. At 12:21, you could hear over the 911 call that 3 shots were fired. At 12:36, 911 call, it lasted for 21 seconds. The initial caller called back, student, child, called back, and was told to stay on the line and be very quiet. She told 911 that he shot the door. At approximately 12:43 and 12:47, she asked 911 to please send the police now. At 12:46, she said that she could hear the police next door. At 12:50, shots are fired. They could be heard over the 911 call. And at 12:51, it's very loud and sounds like the officers are moving children out of the room. At that time, the first shot that called was outside before the call cuts off. Additional information that we have is that there are 58 total magazines at the school related to the crime scene. 11 of those magazines were inside the school. 3 were on the suspect's body. 2 in room 112, 6 inside room 111, 5 were on the ground, 1 was in the rifle. There were 32 magazines outside the school, but on school property. 1 just outside the school building, and 31 in the suspect's backpack that he did not take into the classrooms with him. There's 15 magazines at the crash site. There were 2 magazines at the suspect's residence for a total of 60 magazines. He had purchased and had a total of 1,657 total rounds of ammunition. 315 of those rounds were inside the school. 142 of those were spent cartridges. 173 were live rounds. 922 were outside of the school, but on school property. 22 of those were spent cartridges. 900 were live rounds. 422 were at the crash site. 22 were spent cartridges. 420 of those were live rounds. There's 35 spent law enforcement cartridges total in the school. 8 of those were in the hallway. 27 were inside the classroom. 111 where the suspect was killed. I mentioned that I'm going to go over quickly a digital timeline. One of the things we talked about early, and I want to correct something that was said early on in the investigation, is that he posted, okay, on Facebook publicly that he was going to kill that he was going to shoot his grandmother. Then secondly, after that that he had shot her, and then third, that he was going to go shoot up a school. That did not happen. It was actually on a message. It was a Facebook application, messenger application to somebody else that he had a conversation with. We know that through his digital media footprint, and I'll just do it by date time, that Ramos asked his sister to help him buy a gun. She flatly refused. That was in September of 21. I'll avoid some of these and get to he had Instagram, a 4-group chat, and it was discussed that Ramos being a school shooter. That was on February 28th of 2022. On March 1st of 2022, there was an Instagram he had with 4 people. It was a chat. He discussed him buying a gun. On March 3rd, 2022, there's another 4-person chat. Quotations, word on the street is you are buying a gun. Ramos replied, just bought something. RN. On March 14th, and there was an Instagram posting by the subject, in quotations, 10 more days. The user replied, are you going to shoot up school or something? The subject replied, no, and stop asking dumb questions and you'll see. I know you have many questions, and I've agreed to stay as long as we can to answer as many of those questions as we can. If I can't answer it, because we don't know definitively right now, I'll simply say that. And it continues to be a preliminary investigation. There's, literally, certainly over hundreds of interviews have been conducted, will continue to be conducted, and there's thousands of leads that are being pursued, not consecutively, but concurrently, and thanks to our federal and local partners. And I do want to mention behind me, we've got the FBI Special Agent in charge. We also have an ATF Special Agent in charge, or ASAC, and of course, who else do I got behind? Okay. With the Texas Rangers, if there's any specifics that I haven't covered that I might need. their particular support on. I do want to cover one thing quickly, though, before I go to questions, and that's some of the questions that we received, that we have already received. And one of those is going around now that in fact, the subject had been one of the two arrested by the Texas Rangers and the local police back in 2018. That's not the case. It was not one of the individuals. In fact, we have found no links, associations, and relationships in that investigation. Clearly, it was a threat. It was back in 2018. The two juveniles were charged with attempted or conspiracy to commit capital murder. There's no question that we thought, and we had evidence, and certainly the district attorney agreed, that these juveniles, one 13, one 14 years old, was a threat to Uvalde. And there was a discussion at that time, even the senior year of the one that was 14 years old, which would make it 2022. However, that was not the subject. Questions? Huh? Okay. Oh yeah. Oh, one thing I want to say. One thing I failed to say is that when we're done, we have Tony Pena with us. He's going to translate into Spanish. Okay, what the answers and the questions are afterwards. Yeah. None at that time. The on-scene commander at the time believed that it had transitioned from an active shooter to a barricaded subject.
Sir, you have people who are alive, children who are calling 911 saying, please send the police. They are alive. In that classroom, there are lives that are at risk.
Hey, we're well aware of that.
Right.
Yeah.
Why was this decision made not to go in and rescue these children?
Again, the on-scene commander considered a barricaded subject and that there was time and there were no more children at risk. Obviously, based upon the information we have, there were children in that classroom that were at risk, and it was, in fact, still an active shooter situation and not a barricaded subject. The question simply is this: it was a 40-minute gap, and if the 911 operators were aware that children were alive in that classroom, why weren't officers notified of that? And if that's the case, why didn't they take action? That's the question. And again, I'll go back to the answer for right now, is that it was considered, okay, the decision was made on the scene. I wasn't there, but at the same point in time, a decision was made that this was a barricaded subject situation. There was time to retrieve the keys and wait for a tactical team with the equipment to go ahead and breach the door and take on the subject at that point. That was the decision, that was the thought process at that particular point in time. What? And there was 19, like I said, there was 19 officers in there. In fact, there was plenty of officers to do whatever needed to be done, with one exception, is that the incident commander inside believed they needed more equipment and more officers to do a tactical breach at that point. That's why BORTAC was requested on the scene. As soon as they were there, they executed a search, or at least a dynamic entry, and went in, And of course, that was not the 12. That was not the 1257. With the benefit of hindsight, stand by, stand by, right? I got it. Okay, from the benefit of hindsight, where I'm sitting now, of course it was not the right decision. It was the wrong decision. Period. There's no excuse for that. But again, I wasn't there, but I'm just telling you, from what we know, we believe there should have been an entry at that as soon as you can. Hey, when there's an active shooter, the rules change. It's no longer, okay, it's no longer a barricaded subject. You don't have time. You don't worry about outer perimeters. And by the way, Texas embraces active shooter training, active shooter certification, and that doctrine requires officers, we don't care what agency you're from, you don't have to have a leader on the scene. Every officer lines up, stacks up, goes and finds where those rounds are being fired at, and keeps shooting until the subject is dead. Period. Well, answer the last. He used a debit card first, but to your point, it's very expensive, and a debit card is not a credit card. It means he had money in the bank. So why and how is being looked at right now, and I'll tell you this, thousands of more leads are being looked at right now because we haven't answered all the questions. We haven't gotten into the why. Okay, we know the individual was also into cyber gaming in that regard, and group gaming in that regard. So we've got a lot of questions are out there. We're seeking answers, but we've got an obligation. We'll continue to update you when we find something out. Hey, the Border Patrol agents, the BORTAC agents that were in the building, didn't line up. They're part of the 19 that I talked about, and the entry team, ultimately the entry team that went in. But I can tell you that they were told, just as like as any other officer was told, and others, even command staff that came on board, is that the incident commander at the time was believed that in fact it was a barricaded subject, that we had time, there was no kids at risk. I wish he was, because then there's no question. And I'll say this right now, and every time we have one of these, there's copycats, okay? And we need the public, just like we did back in 2018, that was a public, okay, that came forward, that we got 2 people that are about to shoot up a school or planning to shoot a school. It's imperative on the public, when you get something, just because it sounds like he's a nut, he may be a nut, but just because it sounds like, well, possible to do, he may be intended to do, as I've read the timeline based upon the chats that he had. So we need everyone, when we have a threat to life like that, to take it seriously and report it, because ultimately this is tragic. What do you tell the parents of 19 kids, or the families of two teachers? Yeah. Hey, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah.
Yet you did not reach the door until 12:50.
Hey, like I've said it before, is that, well, first of all, when it comes to an active shooter, is you don't have to wait on tactical gear. Plain and simple, you've got an obligation. What I know now, okay, absolutely, it was an active shooter, because you can transition. Keep in mind, in the doctrine, okay, of active shooters, you can transition from an active shooter situation to a barricaded subject, or a barricaded with hostage subject, but if shooting continues, and you have any reason to believe that there's individuals alive in there, you've got an obligation to move back to an active shooter posture, and that means everybody at the door.
Are you Are you saying those children were no longer at risk when he barricaded himself?
Well, Uvalde has a part-time SWAT team, number one. The ISD's got, they've limited officers. I think, what is it? What, they got six? They got six, yeah. The Consolidated Independent School District has 6 officers, and they didn't have one posted at that location. And someone said, hey, what do you tell the parents? I mean, bottom line is that, or someone talked about, said, when there's kids in the room, why wasn't there an entry? Because it was believed, like I said at the time, that the subject was stationary, barricaded, there was no risk to other children. Again, on retrospect, from where I'm sitting right now, clearly there was kids in the room. Clearly, okay, they're at risk. And oh, by the way, even when you go back to shooting, there may be kids that are injured. Okay, they may have been shot but injured, and it's important for life-saving purposes to immediately get there and render aid. Man in the blue.
Where was the resource officer? Why was he not on campus?
He was not on campus.
Why?
Well, again, we'll have all those answers down the road. Okay. Dylan. Yeah. Yeah. Well, first I want to say that the Consolidated Independent School District officers were there early. There was 4 of them, and they immediately began evacuating the school and did that throughout the process. So keep in mind, so that was going on. What do I say to the parents? I don't have anything to say to the parents other than what had happened. We're not here to defend what happened. We're here to report the facts so they have the facts. Yeah. Hey, bottom line, the consultant. I'm sorry? Oh, gas. I don't have any information on that. Oh, one second though. However, we did review what DPS officers arrived on the scene, what they did, and looked at those instances. The blue.
You know the parents of the children who died are watching right now. And they're hearing you say that not everything that could possibly have been done as humanly fast as it could be done was done. Are they owed an apology from somebody, the incident commander and the police department here?
If I thought it would help, I would apologize. Okay. But let me say this. Hey, let me say this.
Hold on.
When you go back to the timeline, again, I want to go back and I'm not defending anything, but you go back to the timeline. There was a barrage. Hundreds of rounds were pumped in 4 minutes. Okay, into those 2 classrooms. Then anything else, any firing afterwards was sporadic, and it was at the door. So the belief is that there may not be anybody living anymore, and that the subject is now trying to keep law enforcement at bay or entice them to come in to suicide by contact. I understand that. I've reported that. Yeah.
Hold on. Yeah.
Well, I might answer the first one, but the why on the second one I don't have. The first one, that each door can lock from the inside, and both doors were locked, okay, from the inside. So the subject, when he went in, he locked the door. He came out one time into the hallway, went back in and locked the door, because at the time that the officers went in, both doors were locked. They got a key from the janitor and used it. I don't have that answer. We're looking at it right now.
Hold on, man. Go ahead.
Yes. Yeah, thanks a lot. You know, forget how I'm doing. What about the parents? Those children. Don't forget about me. Sometimes we are officers and stuff like that. We take an oath to uphold the law and protect people. And anytime something's tragic like that, we want to know why it happened and if we can do better next time. Is the bottom line. And call it like it is. It is tragic. Quite frankly, I mean, there shouldn't be anybody. You know, ideally, we've been able to identify this guy as a suspect and address it before he even thought about attacking, on the 24th.
Green.
Director.
Go ahead. Over
There's a lot of ammunition, a lot of rounds. Are there other people that you're looking at to arrest that aided him?
And we're looking at other people. Absolutely. Anybody who's been in contact, we're looking at anything. Links Association, people that may have known something, and will continue, and may have been involved in some chat room gaming along with them. So there's nobody that we're not going to talk to and look at. And it's certainly, I can assure you that the district attorney is very proactive and very concerned about this, and that if any evidence that we bring to her that someone was an accomplice or an enabler or didn't do what they should have done, if it's in violation of law and it meets the probable cause standards, I have no doubt that she'll take care of business just like she did back in 2018 when we had 2 juveniles plot a capital murder at the school.
We're going funny, Doctor.
Well, 911 calls at 12:10, 12:13,
Yes.
12:16. Shooter wasn't killed until 12:50. Any of those 911 callers survived?
Yes. I can't tell you that with certainty, but more than one survived.
How many children got
I'm sorry, what? Yes, the windows I'll go backwards, and right over here, I'll move over here. Something shot into these windows right here as he's approaching the door. Right? So the children were vulnerable all the time going through. We don't have any recording of any of the children maybe injured but not dead when he shot in this particular area. Right? As to the answer in terms of someone could have shot opposite in that regard, I don't have the answer for that, quite frankly. Right? We're looking at a number of different things in terms of ballistics and things like that, what you can do. Keep in mind, when you've got children, okay, in here, we've got children in here. Oh, Jesus, yeah. Okay. Okay. All right. And we're looking at this from a tactical standpoint and everything in terms of looking backwards, okay? And certainly one of the things is, what was the access in 111 and 112 in that regard? And also, there's other access points as well. Hold on. Let me say one thing. One thing I didn't point out, okay, is that when we've got him going into these rooms, right here's the Jack and Jill restroom between. So not unlike Santa Fe, the classrooms are separated, but they're really connected. So you can move back and forth between those 2 classrooms.
In the green.
Yes, sir. Was the incident commander receiving the information coming via the 911 calls? And if so, why not? And if so, speak to the level of investigation that you're putting into that very question.
Yeah, well, that question will be answered, but I don't have I'm not going to share the information we have right now. Because I don't have the detailed interview right now.
Go ahead, sir. Right there. Yeah. Go ahead, Blue.
This is a barricade situation. Did any police officers go in and get their own kids while the parents were outside?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Sir.
Right there. Go ahead. Yes, please. I know for 2 for certain did, and those 2 did not die.
Why was that propped open door still propped open even after the incident was occurring with shots being fired in the air?
Bottom line is, like we reported what happened, is that back door was propped open. It wasn't supposed to be propped open. It was supposed to be locked. And certainly the teacher that went back for her cell phone, it propped it open again. So that was an access point that the subject used.
Go ahead, Blue. Go ahead. Hold on.
You have said in hindsight mistakes were made. A Democratic congressman is now calling for the FBI to investigate the response here.
Yeah.
Is going to be held accountable.
Well, first of all, we welcome the FBI, and there's a reason why there's the FBI special agent in charge behind me right now. They play a vital role. And again, this is about finding facts and reporting facts as quick as we can. This is not about trying to defend, or it's not about trying to assess or even be hypercritical. It's about the facts and sharing whatever we learn on the facts as quick as we can and be as transparent as we can. Okay, the media, but more importantly, the parents and the public and the citizens of Uvalde and Texas.
Go ahead, Blue. Go ahead. Hold on. Sir, hold on.
The chief of police of the Consolidated Independent School District is the incident commander. It's his school. He's the chief of police. Okay. And again, I'm not going to discuss disciplinary. But there's an ongoing criminal investigation.
Is that teacher being investigated
and working with the again, I'm not going to get into that.
Matt, go ahead. Yeah, Matt.
As the chief of police of Consolidated Independent School District, he was convinced, and again, I want to go back and say, he was convinced at the time that there was no more threat to the children, and that the subject was barricaded, and that they had time to organize with the proper equipment to go in. The subject already had hit, 3 officers, and hit 2 officers, and I didn't answer the final question. A third, a border patrol agent, was grazed as well, but no police officer was seriously injured. Yes, they did. He shot, and I went through the timeline before where he continued to shoot periodically, sporadically. The last, I think I already gave you the timeline. I'm sure I went through it, but the last time that the shot right before the entry, okay, was he shot at 12:21. So.
At the officers or at the children?
No, not at the children. Okay, well, we don't know yet. We believe it was at the door, is what he fired at.
Right here. Go ahead, right there. Yes. Hold on.
Hey, well, we know that beginning when the VORTAC agents arrived, they had 3 ballistic shields.
Give me the last question.
Yeah, what? Last question. Yeah, right here in the booster. Right here. Yeah, go ahead. Hold on.
I don't know. No, that's fine. Yeah, let's answer the question. Well, I've already said that. Don't stop. I want to say, first of all, hey, Texas embraces and teaches, okay, the active shooter doctrine. The active shooter doctrine, as long as there's kids and as long as there's someone's firing, you go to the gun, you find them, you neutralize them, period. And there's only, there are some nuances with transition to a barricaded subject, also transitioning to a hostage situation. And of course, the decision at the scene was that this is still a barricaded subject that did not go back to an active shooter situation.
Right here, go ahead.
Yeah.
The police chief, and why isn't he here to take our questions?
Well, because I'm here to address the latest timeline and facts that we know. You're certainly welcome to reach out to them.
I'd like to ask the FBI a question.
I defer to. You want to get the question?
Okay, hold on.
How many children were pulled out?
Hold on, sir. Hold on.
Sir, you've now been on the scene for several days. With two things. What exactly is your role in this investigation? And hearing all this, given that the FBI goes through lengthy efforts to study active shooter situations like this, do you think this is something that requires an independent investigation by whether a federal agency, or by you guys, or someone else?
Thank you for the question. So my name is Oliver Rich. I'm the special agent in charge of the San Antonio division. First, I want to say I understand there are a lot of questions and there's a lot of frustration in the public, and our heart goes out to the families and the victims of this tragedy. I will say our role here remains the same. We are here to assist in this investigation, to provide the support to the community to the best of our ability. We've had 200 people here for over 4 days. We have people working all across the country to support this community and to support this investigation. We are continuing in that vein. We have victim specialists here working with people in the community, and we will continue to do that. If the facts bear out that there is a federal nexus, then the FBI will conduct an appropriate investigation at that time. But for now, we continue in this to support the Texas Rangers.
How many more questions?
Two more questions.
All right, two more questions.
Right here. Okay.
Yes.
Uvalde Police Department, Uvalde Police Department posted in February 2020 that they familiarized themselves with the school and they did the training to do just what they were supposed to do. How come they were not in leave, or their commanding officer was not in leave when they were familiarized with this training, and they should have done what they were supposed to do based on what they were doing? Where did you drop the ball?
Yeah, I don't have the answer to that question.
Right here, last question. Right here, the Grayson. Right here, the Grayson.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
President Biden will be here on Sunday. Your thoughts on that? Do you have a message for the president?
Yeah, welcome here. Welcome to Texas. And this community has been hit hard. And I think it's noble that the president's going to be here to recognize the pain and suffering that this community is going through. And I think that's what leadership is. That's why Governor Abbott's here. That's why we think leaders go to where the problem is. And right now, the problem's in Uvalde, Texas. Okay.
Hey, good afternoon, everybody. Okay, I have a few toppers, so please bear with me. Over the past 15 months, we've made tremendous progress in our fight against COVID, with 220 million Americans fully vaccinated and over 100 million people boosted. We've also moved quickly to ensure Paxlovid, an oral antiviral pill that reduces risk of hospitalization and death by almost 90%, is widely available. Importantly, because of all the work the Biden administration has done on vaccines, boosters, treatments, and more, daily COVID-19 deaths are down by 90% from when the president took office, even as infections are rising. So the tools that the administration has made widely available to the American people are working to prevent serious illness, to keep people out of the hospital, and to save lives. And while COVID isn't over, it's critical that Americans know that we now have more tools than ever to protect ourselves. We can now prevent most COVID deaths, and that's major progress. To drive further progress today, we announced new federally supported test to treat sites. Today, the first of these launches in Providence, Rhode Island. In the coming days, we'll deploy clinical personnel to help transform several of Minnesota's state-run testing sites into test to treat sites. And in the coming weeks, we will work to open more in places like New York and Illinois. These build on the more than 2,500 sites we've already set up at local pharmacies and community health care centers. Yesterday afternoon, the governor of Oklahoma signed into law the most extreme piece of legislation to undo a woman's fundamental right to make her own reproductive choices since Roe became law. This law will go into effect immediately. Not only does this law ban abortion from the moment of fertilization, but it also adopts Texas' plan to allow private citizens to sue their neighbors for providing reproductive health care and helping women to exercise their constitutional rights. This law is the latest in a growing effort by ultra-MAGA officials across the country to roll back freedoms that should not be taken for granted. Roe has been the law of the land for almost 50 years, and it is under serious threat. They are starting with reproductive rights, but the attack on our fundamental rights, including the right to contraception and marriage equality, is growing, and these rights are increasingly at risk. The president believes that women have the fundamental right to make their own reproductive health choices, and he and the vice president and the entire administration are committing to protecting these constitutional rights and fundamental freedoms. Today, the Department of Agriculture announced new steps to strengthen food supply chains, increase competition in the meat processing sector, and lower prices for American consumers. The department is making $200 million available to create a new processing capacity expansion program, providing $25 million for workforce training, and releasing the first of 3 planned rules designed to bolster enforcement of the Packers and Stockyards Act, which will increase transparency. These actions will combat market dominance by a small number of major meat and poultry processors in key markets, where excessive concentration and control has led to lower prices paid to poultry producers and higher prices by consumers. After the severe and sweeping sanctions on the Central Bank of Russia, the Department of Treasury issued General License 9 to provide for an orderly transition so that the bond holders could get paid. We've announced that we will not be renewing the license. This means that Russia will likely fail to meet its obligation and face default, an enduring sign of their status as a pariah in the global financial system. We expect the impact of the U.S. and the global economy to be minimal, given Russia has already been isolated financially. That being said, Treasury Department continues to monitor and have conversations with global financial community. I have 2 scheduling updates. Next week, the President will welcome Prime Minister of New Zealand to the White House, another example of our continued commitment to the Indo-Pacific. We'll have more details on this as we get closer. And as you all saw, we announced that on Sunday, the President and the First Lady will travel to Uvalde to grieve with the community that lost 21 lives in the horrific elementary school shooting. We will have more to share as we get closer, but while he's there, the president will meet with the community leaders, religious leaders, and the families of the victim. The president and First Lady believe it is important to show their support for the community during this devastating time and to be there for the families of the victims. And lastly, on Tuesday, as you all know, the parents of 19 kids did what so many of us parents do every morning. They gave their kids a kiss, told them they love them, and wished them a good day at school. They figured their kids would spend their day reading, writing, doing math, playing with friends at recess. These kids never came home. Some of these parents needed to give DNA samples to be able to identify their own children. These were elementary school kids. They should be losing their first teeth, not losing their lives. They should be at Little League, softball, and soccer practices this weekend. These parents should be planning their kids' summer, not their child's funeral. As a parent, it is unfathomable to me that this happened. These kids had their whole lives in front of them. Our hearts ache for their families. Our hearts ache for the family and loved ones of the teachers who were killed. Schools should be sanctuaries of learning, not battlefields. And teachers should be there to teach, nurture, prepare our children for the future, not to be gunned down or asked to sacrifice their own lives for the kids they love. But that is what two heroic teachers did in Uvalde, killed while trying to protect their students. I'm a parent of an elementary school student. I know many of you in this room are as well. We cannot become numb to this. We will not accept this. A grocery store, a church, an elementary school, and this is just in the last few days, it is unacceptable. As the president said the other night, why are we willing to live with this carnage? Why do we keep letting this happen? Where in God's name is our backbone? So I ask, how is protecting our children a partisan issue? How is preventing innocent people from being slaughtered controversial? Common sense gun safety laws work. We know this. They save lives. As the president said Tuesday night, when the assault weapons ban passed, shootings went down. They tripled after it was lifted. And let's be clear, the public supports this. They are behind this. Even gun owners, 90% of gun owners support universal background checks, 84% of Republicans, and 80% of NRA members support background checks. As the president said this week, it is time to turn this pain into action. It's time for Congress to act. And with that, Darlene, I will take your question.
Thank you. Is there any reaction here at the White House to the Senate Republicans blocking the domestic terrorism bill, which was supposed to open the door for some debate and discussion about gun safety, as you were just talking about?
So we're disappointed that Congress did not move forward with the legislation that would strengthen our response to domestic terror incidents like we saw in Buffalo. We need Congress to act on that, and we need Congress to advance common sense measures that we know will save lives when it comes to gun violence.
And secondly, the NRA is opening its convention in Houston tomorrow, 3 days after the massacre in Uvalde. Former President Trump, Texas Governor Abbott, and others are set to speak there. Does the White House think it is appropriate for that convention to move forward? Should it be postponed, canceled, given the events of the last few days?
So it's not about the convention. What is inappropriate is that the leadership of the National Rifle Association has proven time and time again that they are contributing to the problem of gun violence, not trying to solve it. They represent the interests of the gun industry, the gun manufacturers, who are marketing weapons of war to young adults. They don't represent gun owners who know that we need to take action. And it's shameful that the NRA and their allies have stood in the way of every attempt to advance measures that we all know will save lives from gun violence. Measures that we know would keep weapons of war out of the hands of people who are terrorizing our communities. So that is what matters, and it is shameful.
Thanks, Queen. Does the president believe that there should be an investigation into the police response to this school shooting?
So we've heard of, need some water? You okay? Let us know. The president, we've been watching the reporting on this. The president has the utmost respect, as you all know, for the men and women of law enforcement. Just days ago, he honored the memory of the former police officer, Aaron Salter, in Buffalo, who was killed bravely while trying to stop the shooter at the supermarket. I know that right now authorities are working to piece together more details of what happened in Uvalde, so we won't prejudge the results from here at this time. It is always a good idea to look back and try to find any lessons we can learn, especially from tragedies like this, so that we can prevent them from moving forward, including law enforcement response.
And is the president considering calling on Congress to stay in town to work on this issue instead of going home for a week-long recess?
So we have been in close touch with Congress even before this shooting and clearly what we saw in Buffalo about gun reform. This is something that has been a priority for the president since day one of his administration. And we also have been in close touch, and we really appreciate what Senator Schumer and Speaker Pelosi have been doing. You know, the president has been very clear that it's time to act. It's time for Congress to act. The president has long urged Congress to take action to fight gun violence, including by expanding background checks, and he supports Leader Schumer's plan to bring legislation forward. The Congress would clearly handle the mechanics of all of this. And, you know, as you all may remember, during the State of the Union, the president asked Congress to pass proven measures to reduce gun violence, pass universal background checks. Why should anyone on the terrorist list be able to purchase a weapon? Those were what he said just a couple of months ago. So we have an opportunity to do that right now, and we encourage Congress to act.
And then finally, the average age of suspects at school mass shootings is 18. Would the president support raising the age at which someone can buy a gun to 21?
So the president was very clear about this just recently when he said that in his remarks just on Tuesday that it doesn't make sense for an 18-year-old to legally buy an assault weapon. And so he made very clear on Tuesday after he landed from Asia and had to deal with such a devastating news that happened in Texas. Yeah.
Thanks, Corinne. There was a bipartisan group of senators, 9 senators, that met today. Does the White House have any confidence that this group could reach a meaningful agreement? And does the White House plan to get involved with those negotiations? Would the president bring that group down while they're having these talks and meet with them?
So I don't have anything to preview for you as to any meetings, upcoming meetings that may be happening at the White House this week or next week or in the coming weeks. We really, truly, as I said, leave it to the mechanics up to Senator Schumer and Speaker Pelosi. We are confident in that that Senator Schumer will bring this forward. And again, it is time for Congress to act. This is what the president has been calling for since the beginning of his administration, and that's what we want to see, and that's what we encourage Congress to do.
And Senator Schumer has signaled that they have roughly 10 days to get to a conclusion. Is that a timeline that the White House wants to see? And if at the end of that 10 days there is no agreement, the White House wants to see the Senate move forward on the 2 House passed bills?
Again, we leave the mechanics to Senator Schumer. We want to see action. That is what we're calling for. But again, we leave it to the leadership, the Democratic leadership, to figure out how they're going to move this forward.
One quick one. Can you give us any sense, has the president talked to other officials in Texas since Tuesday of who he's talked to on the phone about what happened down there?
I don't have any calls to preview. Clearly, the president is very much, and the First Lady is looking forward to meeting with the families, community leaders when they're there on Sunday. We have been trying to give the family some time to grieve, as this just happened 2 days ago. But again, he's going to see them on Sunday and have that opportunity to offer comfort.
Are you getting any sense that this time it's different, that there's a different climate on Capitol Hill that might be inclined to do some things?
So I'll say this, Steve. You know, we have seen 2 horrific tragedies in just 2 weeks. Hours before the shooting, many of the 19 kids who were killed in Texas, Uvalde, were being awarded certificates of the Robb Elementary's honor roll ceremony as part of the end of the school year. Today would have been their last day at school, and for the school year. In Buffalo, on the same day that this happened just 2 days ago, 2 of the 10 people who were killed while going to the grocery store on a Sunday, like many of us do, were being buried and honored by their families. I'm talking about Aaron Salter, the security officer who first responded, and Celestine Cheney, a mother and grandmother of 6, were being buried by loved ones right in Buffalo on that same day. So America has more guns than people in this country. If more guns were indeed the solution, we would be the safest country in the world, but we are not. And so the president has been very clear. He wants action. He wants Congress to take action. He wants to turn this pain into action. And I hope the Senate, and particularly those who have been unwilling to act in the face of previous tragedies, will act now. And that's what we are hoping and urging Congress to do.
Is the president considering some unilateral actions on guns? There are a number of gun safety advocates who are pushing for things like a gun czar or a state of emergency declaration.
So on your first part, while we've been calling for Congress to act, and the president has done that since the first couple days of the White House, he has been waiting, right? We have talked about the comprehensive approaches that he's taken. We recently announced how over $10 billion from the rescue plan has been spent or committed on ways to fight gun crime and gun violence. The president wants cities and states to use even more. The Justice Department issued a tough new rule to stem the flow of ghost guns, which are increasingly being found at the crime scenes and which are the weapons of choice for terrorists and criminals. So the administration issued a zero-tolerance policy for gun dealers who willfully sell guns illegally. So this president has done more via executive actions than any other president during their first year of office. Now what we are asking for is for Congress. We are urging them to take action. Go ahead.
Thanks, Colleen. How does the president view his role in this moment? We talked yesterday about changing a dynamic that's been entrenched for decades now at this point. I understand the legislative details are Capitol Hill's prerogative. How does he view his role in trying to change that dynamic?
Well, I think he view his role as he has been doing. If you think about his remarks on Tuesday, it was compassion, it was sadness, it was outrage, and you heard that from the President of the United States, basically saying enough is enough. And this is something that he understands personally. This is a president who has worked on gun violence during his Senate years as vice president and has leadership already from the first couple of days of stepping into this administration. So we have done our part. Will there be more executive actions and will we do more? We'll look into that. We're always looking to do more. But right now, we need the help of Congress. We need them to step in and to deal with this gun violence that we're seeing that's tearing up not just families, but communities across the country.
You were on, just one more quick one.
Yeah,
You were on
sure.
Air Force One. Can you talk about kind of the president's reaction when he got the news, when more details started to come out over the course of those hours, those final hours on the flight, and as he prepared for his remarks on Tuesday night, and which he echoed on Wednesday?
Yeah, as you said, Phil, I was with the president on the plane on Air Force One because we were coming back from Asia, and I got to see him right before he delivered the speech. Honestly, I would leave the speech to stand for itself. You heard his emotion. You heard what he said very, very clearly. And again, you heard the outrage, which we saw from some of you on TV, from some of your colleagues who are in Texas, who are talking to families on the ground, the communities on the ground, the outrage, the sadness, the grief. And that's what you heard from this president. And, you know, he said a couple of things that I think it's important to reiterate as we really think about what happened, is that, you know, there are parents who will never see their child again, parents who will never be the same. And the president said to lose a child is like having a piece of your soul ripped away. It's suffocating, and it's never quite the same. And it's a feeling shared by their family members and the community that's left behind. So that is the president's focus right now. He's going to go clearly on Sunday to offer his comfort, to grieve with the family and the community, but at the same time, he is going to call on Congress to take action because it's been too long, and now is the time to act. Okay, Michael.
Two quick things. First, apparently the company that sold the shooter his rifles received a $3 million PPP loan under the last administration. Do you know if there's any effort by this administration to claw that money back?
So this is the first I'm hearing about this, so I would have to go back to the team and look into it. Do you know the name of the company?
The company is Daniel Defense, D-A-N-I-E-L Defense. Apparently they received a $3.1 million PPP loan right at the beginning. My colleagues have been writing about it apparently today, but if assuming that is confirmed, would the president, do you think, support the idea of trying to claw that money back?
I honestly, Michael, I need to check with the team and just make sure that is actually factual, but I need to check with the team.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
And we'll get back to you on that.
Okay, and then just, you know, going back to the question that I'm sure, you know, everybody has been asking, which is the sort of, what is the president going to do and can do? You talk a lot about the outrage, you talk a lot about that he wants Congress to act, you talk a lot about the emotion. I was in this room, I think a lot of people here were too, when President Obama cried at that very podium hours after the Newtown shootings. There have been a million shootings since then, lots of expressions of outrage, lots of expressions of wanting Congress to act. They haven't. I mean, there are people out there, saw several of them on TV today, who say this president needs to do more than all of that. This president needs to declare a national emergency. He needs to create task forces. He needs to create, you know, a czar of gun things. He needs to say he's not leaving this building. Cancel his vacations. Tell Congress, you know, members from Congress to get in a room and not leave until they got a solution, and not accept some of the sort of half measures that you know, are sort of being offered. And I guess the question is why isn't he doing any of that?
So on the public health, on the emergency, he has already done that. The president has already declared gun violence to be a public health epidemic. He has done that already, and he has mobilized our federal departments and agencies, including the Department of Health Services, to respond. So that has been done. Look, this is a president, as I've said already, who has been working on gun violence, gun reform, comprehensive gun reform since he was a senator. And he also was there, as you're talking about, you know, what President Obama had to deal with. He was there. He was his partner in that, and took on that portfolio of dealing with gun violence. He was there at the table.
Isn't that more of an indictment than it is a plus to say that the current president has been involved in this for more than for decades, and it's not being fixed. These things are happening over and over again.
But look, Michael, we are frustrated as well. We are angry as well. Look, I said this earlier and I'll say it again. This is a president who has done more via executive actions. This is how much of a priority this is for him, because we're a year into his presidency. More via executive actions than any president in their first year.
But many of those are not directly
right,
related
which is
to the
why
issues of mass shootings. They may be directly related to guns, and that's important. I'm not saying, but they're not directly related to.
Well, this is why we're calling on Congress to act. The president is doing what the president is doing what he can, right, from here, from the White House. And now, and he has said he cannot do this alone. He's been very clear. He understands we need to do more. But Congress also has to act. He has done a comprehensive plan on gun violence. We have listed that out. Every couple of months we talk about what he's doing, what executive action he's taking. And now he is saying Congress needs to act. But he has been saying that for some time. Okay, Kristen.
Corinne, give me 1 second, please. I want to follow up on this idea because the president campaigned on a promise to be able to bring Democrats and Republicans together to get the hard things done. Why has he not been able to bring them together, to make this a legislative priority, to even get a small measure done when it comes to?
Well, I think that's what Senator Schumer is trying to do.
Why not do that in the early days of his presidency?
Well, we have been talking to Congress before these two shootings that have been clearly very public and very devastating and horrific in this past 2 weeks. We are doing it now. Look, we know that this is not easy. We're not saying that this is easy. And the president is doing everything that he can to get this done. But we are going to continue to call on Congress to act.
Does this now move to the top of his
It's a
legislative
priority.
priorities above Build Back Better, above COVID relief? Does this now need to be the singular focus of all of Washington, D.C.?
Kristen, I would argue that this has been a top priority from the time.
Singular focus for the president and
I'm not going
lawmakers.
to list out the 1, 2, or 3 of priority. What I can tell you is this has been a top priority. Literally, he started working on this the first couple of days he walked into this office.
And you're getting a lot of questions about the czar. I guess just to ask to ask it a different way, former President Obama appointed then Vice President Biden to take control of this issue. Are there any discussions? Is the president considering tasking his vice president with trying to get something done on this issue?
Look, we have Ambassador Susan Rice, who is the president's domestic policy advisor, as you all know, and she is coordinating the president's whole of government approach to reducing gun violence. She has decades of experience coordinating interagency processes in the federal government. There's no one better at bringing department heads to the table to drive the process. She has a team of 12 staff under the Domestic Policy Council who are working on gun violence reduction, taking an interdisciplinary approach that recognizes that we need all sorts of expertise at the table, from mental health to criminal justice to housing to education, to address the issue. In addition to the Domestic Policy Council, there's the Executive Office of the President, the White House Counsel's Office, the Office of the Intergovernmental Affairs, and the Office of Public Engagement. All are playing key roles in gun violence prevention, as do several of the federal agencies, which I've listed out already.
Corinne, given everything you just laid out, and the president said yesterday he will use every tool that's available, and I guess why hasn't he stood up a task force, an interagency task force on preventing gun violence? He has done it dozens of times on everything from COVID to unionizing since the start of his presidency. There's also an outstanding request, I believe, from House Democrats over the past year that he appoint a national director, I guess is our, as Kristen said, and start a task force.
Well, I just walk through a whole of government approach that we're taking. That's how important this is across departments here at the White House and also with several agencies. We're talking about the DOJ, Department of Justice, we're talking about HHS, all very much involved here on how we're moving forward. You know,
I guess why not make an official interagency task force?
Because we have a whole of government approach. We have a whole of government approach that I just mentioned that Ambassador Susan Rice is leading, along with other departments. And with that whole of government approach, we have been able to put forth executive actions at a level that we have not seen from any other presidents. We have been able to deal with this in a comprehensive way. What we are saying right now is that we need help. We need assistance. The president cannot do this alone. The Congress needs to act. They need to pass legislation so that we can deal with this on a federal level, legislative level.
Last question, is the president making any, or is he considering calling or reaching out to the BORTAC agent who was injured in Uvalde while he was protecting students during the shooting?
I don't have anything to preview or read out for you. As you know, he's going to, on Sunday, he's going to be meeting with community leaders. He's going to be meeting with victims and family members. And so we'll have more to share. I just don't have anything to share at this time. Okay, I'll go to the back. Okay. Go ahead. Go ahead. It's hard to.
I would like to ask you a question about the school shooting, but before that, I want to ask you a quick one about the FDA and the baby formula shortage there. It's lasted months, and we're not just talking about baby formula either. There are infants, children, and adults with different metabolic disorders who are risking permanent irreversible damage the longer they go without special formulas that are manufactured at Abbott Nutrition. I'm wondering, does the president have confidence in the FDA's ability to deal with situations like this? And as he's been monitoring the situation, does he still have confidence in his FDA director?
Yes, yes, and yes. So the FDA has an important mission, right? Is to make sure that the infant formula on the shelf isn't just available, but also that it's safe. And as a parent, I understand the frustration. I understand the fear of not knowing if you have safe and healthy food, baby formula in this case, for your kids. Unlike, Republicans in Congress and the previous administration, the president believes that FDA and particularly its food division needs to be well resourced to do its critical work and do regular annual inspection. So we have to just take a little bit of, give me a second here, take a step back. The current shortage exists because Abbott closed, as you know, a facility in Michigan due to safety concerns from the FDA. A facility that was a major producer of specialty formula, as you're asking me about, right? And so FDA has an obligation to protect the American people, and that's what Dr. Califf is going to be doing at the helm. But go ahead, you have a follow-up, go ahead.
Second question, we've been having a lot of conversations about specifics when it comes to mass shootings, whether it's red flag laws or background checks. Getting down to brass tacks though, what does the president believe at this point is the purpose of the Second Amendment? And does he think that, given some of the tragedies that we've seen, that there should be a discussion about its ultimate purpose and whether or not it's currently in date?
So the president's been very clear. What he is calling for is common sense gun reform. That's it. He's calling for common sense gun reform to make sure that if you go to a church, you go to elementary school, you go to a grocery store, that you're not gunned down. That's what he's asking for. We're not talking about the Second Amendment or doing anything to get rid of the Second Amendment. We're talking about making sure 19 kids and 2 teachers died. That's the second major mass shooting that has occurred in 2 weeks. And that we're not even talking about the crime that we see, the gun violence that we see across the country on a regular basis. So we have to make sure that we have gun reform. That's why we're calling on Congress to act. Okay. Go ahead, April. I'm trying to stay in the back.
Karine, I want to ask you about an issue that's been in the news nationally and internationally, the grains issue. House Foreign Affairs Committee Chair Greg Meeks is in Europe meeting with world leaders on the issue. He says that's all people are really talking about right now is the grains issue. And as you know, there's a blockade of the Black Sea. Russia's blockade of the Black Sea for the exports of grain. And also India is having problems, so the issue is Russia. Will this White House look at relenting when it comes to issues of sanctions against Russia to allow the grains to go out? Because right now, Meeks is saying the issue is starvation as well as prices in the grocery store.
So the question that you're asking about, if I'm getting this right, is like Russia has made a proposal to us to allow exports in exchange for lifting the sanctions. And so, we want to be very, very clear here because this is very important. This is Russia who is actively blocking the export of food from Ukrainian ports and is increasing world hunger. This is on them. Russia should immediately cease its war on Ukraine, which is devastating global food security, and allow the free flow of Ukrainian food. Before Russia attacked Ukraine in February, Ukraine was the world's largest export of sunflower oil, the 4th largest export of corn, which is what you're asking about, April, with the wheat, and one of the largest exports of wheat, what you're asking about. Now, there are tons of products sitting in silos in Ukraine and on ships that are unable to set sail due to Russia's naval blockade. So, and to be clear about something that has been the subject of Russian disinformation, sanctions from the United States and its allies and its partners are not preventing the export of Ukrainian or Russian agriculture, including food and fertilizer, nor are they preventing the ordinary transactions that are necessary for these exports, such as banking or shipping. Therefore, even according to the terms of their own apparent proposal that they have presented to us, Russia should immediately allow Ukrainian agriculture exports. Go ahead.
There's no conversation at all about lifting sanctions. You're saying no.
There is not. Remember, again, this is Russia's doing. This is on Russia. No. Okay. Oh my gosh. Go ahead, Nadia.
I have 2 foreign policy questions.
Sure.
First, a team from the White House is visiting Saudi Arabia led by Brett McCurk. Is the president still trying to convince the Saudis to increase the production of oil? Is this part of preparation for the president's visit to Saudi Arabia?
So I don't have anything to preview at this time on a trip or a visit from the president. I will confirm that Brett McGurk and Amos Hochstein were in the region to follow up on conversations on a range of issues, including Iran's destabilizing activities, ensuring stable global energy supplies, and other regional issues. On your question about oil, this trip is to review engagement with Saudi Arabia on energy security, as asking for oil is simply wrong. That's the way that we see it, and a misunderstanding of both the complexity of that issue as well as our multifaceted discussions with the Saudis. OPEC Plus will make its own decision as it relates to the oil, and as it always has. We are in consultation with all relevant producers about market conditions, including Saudi Arabia.
One more, please, on Syria. Excuse me. The head of the Lebanese intelligence chief met with people at the White House. He told me in an interview that he raised the question of American hostages in Syria held by the Syrian regime. Can you update us on the case, on specifically on Austin Tice, and whether his release is imminent? I know it's sensitive because you're talking to the families.
So, as you know, it's a very sensitive issue, and so it's not something that I want to comment from here. So I won't. I just can't. I don't want to do that just because of it's diplomatic negotiations, and I want to leave it in that space.
I'll come back. Go ahead.
Has the White House detected any mood shift that makes you optimistic after this shooting that something's finally going to happen, that something's finally going to get passed after 19 children were shot down?
So, you know, we don't have our finger on the pulse on the mood. What we can do is continue to fight for American families, for American communities, as we see the violence that has, especially the two major tragedies that we've seen these last 2 weeks, and call on Congress to act. The president, again, and I've stated this, he has taken executive actions over this past year and a half, which is more than any president has done in its first term, and he cannot do this alone. And so he is going to leave it to Senator Schumer, who is going through the mechanics of what that's going to look like, moving legislation forward. And so we appreciate their efforts, we appreciate his effort, we appreciate the Speaker's effort, and we're going to continue to have those conversations as we have been throughout this past year and a half. Go ahead.
Thanks, Shereen. So after the president visited with families in Buffalo, he was asked what more can you do on guns via executive action, and he said, quote, not much on executive action. As Steve said, there are multiple gun safety groups that disagree with that statement and have pages of executive actions that they think the president can take. Does the president have any plans to meet with gun safety advocates? I know when he was vice president, he had hundreds of meetings in the EOB in his office there with groups. Does he plan to meet with them, and if not, why not?
So I don't have anything to preview. Not at this time. I just talked about Susan Rice and her team, Domestic Policy Council. I've talked about the public engagement team and others, DOJ and also HHS. And those teams have been regularly talking to outside experts, outside groups over the course of this past year and a half. That's how we were able to put forward these executive action, comprehensive effort to deal with gun reform. So those conversations are going to continue. I just don't have anything to preview for you on this one.
But just in terms of that sentiment, where the president says there's not much more on executive action that he can do, does the shooting in Texas change that?
I think what just to speak to that, look, the president has done a lot. He really has. The fact that I'm able to state this historical fact of how much he's done in his first year and a half, but you know, we're always looking at what else we can do. But we have done. We have done so much. I just read it out, including stemming the flow of ghost guns, cracking down on gun trafficking, and using the American Rescue Plan funds to invest in keeping officers on the beat to fight gun crime and gun violence. And so we're going to continue constantly looking at additional executive action so we can move forward. But the president, again, cannot solve this problem alone. He needs Congress to do its job and to act.
What role do you guys expect Senator McConnell to play on any sort of bipartisan gun legislation? Has the president planned to contact him or speak with him at all, and what are you hoping for from the Senate minority?
Again, we're going to leave the mechanics to how this gets done to the leadership in Congress, Senator Schumer and Speaker Pelosi. We have had several conversations before these major shootings that occurred these last 2 weeks. This is an issue that has been a priority for this president since the moment he walked into this office. And as I mentioned, as a senator, as a vice president, and now as president. So there's an array of issues that we talk to Congress on a regular basis. And again, we're going to continue to have those conversations.
On the gun issue, just a quick follow-up. Is one of the concerns of the White House that moving ahead with executive actions right now while there are talks in Congress could sink those talks in Congress? Is that why one of the reasons you might be holding back on moving forward with executive actions?
No, I mean, we've been very clear. It's time for Congress to act. we cannot do this alone. The president cannot do this alone. So we're asking Congress to act so we can have federal laws to actually deal with doing gun reform, comprehensive gun reform.
On the Summit of the Americas, President Bolsonaro of Brazil has said he plans to attend now. AMLO of Mexico is still making mixed signals. Can you say whether those invitations have now formally gone out to all those leaders, and are the governments of Venezuela and Cuba and Nicaragua going to be excluded?
So we're still considering additional invites, and we'll share them when we feel it's appropriate, when it's final, and that's when we'll share them. I don't have anything right now to share as far as a list.
And then just one last one. The CBO came out with a report earlier this week that showed inflation was going to remain above target going down, but still above target to the end of this year and then into next year. I mean, has the White House sort of painted a too rosy a picture on how quickly inflation is going to go down, given the projections that came out from CBO this week?
So a couple of things. So as you mentioned, the CBO report came out yesterday. It projects stable, steady economic growth in the years ahead. As inflation eases, the deficit falls dramatically this year. On the deficit, the CBO projects that our deficit this year will fall by $1.7 trillion after it fell by $350 billion just last year. That's after the deficit increased every single year President Trump was in office, and it is a lower deficit for 2022 than the CBO projected before passage of the American Rescue Plan. That means that our strong economic recovery, powered by the president's economic and vaccination policies, also improved our nation's fiscal position and reduced our deficit. On growth and inflation, CBO projects the economy to grow by 3.1% this year and 2.2% next year, with core personal consumption exemption, that's PCE inflation, falling to 2.3% by the end of next year. This is the kind of transition from a historic economic recovery. Again, steady, stable economic growth that works for working families that the president's policies are designed to bring about. So that's how we're viewing the CBO report. Go ahead, you had something on formula, you said?
Can you tell us if there are any more flights planned from foreign flights for formula?
I don't have anything to preview at this time, but we will have some more information in the upcoming days.
Is that because you all are working on it and the details are not out there, or can we expect more flights?
Yeah, definitely you'll expect more flights. I just don't have anything to announce at this time. And as you know, the second flight landed in Dulles yesterday. The First Lady was there to receive the formula and the package that landed.
And then on the FDA question, you said you brought up the Abbott plant and it was kind of putting on them, but Senator Patty Murray today told the FDA that she gives the FDA an F on not realizing the warning signs of the crisis. And she also says that they have not given her a plan that she's requested about how to stabilize that food safety program. So is there anything the White House can ensure that the FDA has been responsive to Senator Murray and those on Capitol Hill?
So let me just first say this. This is the hearing. During the hearing yesterday, Dr. Califf said it's important we get to the bottom of what happened with the Sturgis facility and the root of what has caused the issues we're facing today. He has designated someone to lead an after-action report, but we have to take a step back here and look at the dynamics of what we're dealing with. We have 4 companies that make up 98% of the market. An industry that's concentrated means more vulnerability to the supply shocks and fewer options for consumption. And because of Abbott's voluntary recall, there have been huge disruptions to formula supply of a highly concentrated market. So we have to fix this. So our focus right now is on getting more infant formula supply to families across the country as quickly as possible, as well as running a historic agenda to diversify markets and grow the number of companies competing for your business. This is what will help avoid situations like this in the future. But he has said it is important to get to the bottom of this and has appointed someone to do that.
Thanks, Corinne.
Okay, thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Being here, I want to in particular thank the mayor and the district attorney for joining me, as well as some other people that we will be introducing here shortly. Let me explain what's been going on since I was last here in Uvalde. I went back to Austin, Texas, and I met with every state agency that could help in any way the people of the community of Uvalde. That obviously includes the families of the victims, the friends of the victims, the victims including anybody who was in that school who made it out alive, but also benefits that would aid anybody who lives in Uvalde. The entire community has been affected by this horrific crime, and through these state agencies that you will be hearing more about here shortly, you will see that we have, as a state, tremendous benefits that can aid those who are suffering and those who will continue to suffer, sometimes for many years. One thing I must emphasize, and that is we are going through short-term challenges right now. The reality is many of the challenges will be long-term challenges. Texas stands with Uvalde for the long term in helping every single person in this community be able to piece their lives back together, to heal as much as they possibly can. We will be here as long as it takes. Among other things, and I know that there have already been some offerings to ensure that cost of funerals will be taken care of. During the course of the meeting, there was an anonymous donor who attended the meeting and provided $175,000 to ensure that every cost of every family concerning anything about the funeral services is going to be taken care of. We appreciate that anonymous donor for his generosity, and we will ensure that those resources get into the right hands to make sure that no family who is suffering from incalculable heartbreak at this time will have to worry about a single cost with regard to anything concerning this travesty. Now, in addition to that, there are all kinds of needs as well as all kinds of services. One of the needs is need for mental health care. And we have an abundance of mental health care services that we are going to be able to provide. That includes state and private providers that will be providing mental health assistance to anyone in the community who needs it. And when I say anyone, that means the totality of anybody who lives in this community. We believe that you would benefit from mental health care services. Those mental health care services are free. We just want you to ask for them. The way that you can ask for them, whether it be today, tomorrow, next month, or next year, is this number: 888-690-0799. Mental health care can be reached by calling 888-690-0799. That helpline will be answered 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, whenever you need it. In addition to that, I am announcing the establishment of the One Star Foundation Fund to assist with ongoing challenges that would be faced by the victims of this crime. To put this into perspective, to help you understand how this works, we opened up a fund like this in the aftermath of Hurricane Harvey to assist all of the thousands of victims of Hurricane Harvey and received millions of dollars in support that went to those who faced challenges because of Hurricane Harvey. The exact same thing applies here. Right here is the address. It's onestarfoundation.org. onestarfoundation.org. To be more precise, if you go to onestarfoundation.org/Uvalde, you make a contribution at that site that is already a pre-registered 501c3 organization, provide a donation to that site. There is no overhead cost. 100% of the money that you donate
is going to be going directly to victims of this horrible crime to help them with their lives. One of the pre-designated donation sites that it would be going to is the Robb School Memorial Fund. So again, the onestarfoundation.org.uvalde. Well, you can do your part to help out the people in this community that are suffering in incalculable ways. In addition to that, we have set up a central headquarters for Victim Assistance Services at the Family Assistance Center located at the Uvalde County Fairplex. As we'll discuss probably here momentarily, there may be a relocation of that site, and we will keep everybody fully informed about where the relocation site will be. Every family impacted by the shooting has been assigned an advocate to help them with their needs. Among other things, there will be airfare, for example, whether it be through American Airlines, United Airlines, or JetBlue Airlines, that will provide victims' families with flights free of charge so that they can get here and be with their family members. The Family Assistance Center will cover the travel and lodging costs of families who have lost loved ones. Healthcare costs of families impacted by this tragedy will also be covered by Texas insurance companies and donations from private citizens. The Texas Housing and Community Affairs, for example, they have a fund to pay for needed supplies right now, whether it be food or gas or other essential needs. And that money is available right now as we speak. Also, at the Family Assistance Center, the Health and Human Services Commission, who you'll be hearing from more here in a second, they will assist families in finding health and human benefit programs. Staff from the Texas Department of Insurance, the Teachers Retirement System, the Employees Retirement System will provide access to benefits, including workers' compensation. Staff from the Texas Workforce Commission are available to get families child care and unemployment benefits. And state staff are available to provide assistance to business owners impacted by this tragedy. Healing the broken hearts, it's going to take a long time.
Agencies here and the services you've offered our community, our citizens, because these families are going to need this help, not just today, but in the long term, as you mentioned. So for that, Governor, I appreciate, and you know, all I can say is I've seen you these last 2 days, and the compassion and that you felt along with these families, and that I really admire it. I thank you, and like I said, and we appreciate everybody from all over the world and the country that has sent messages of encouragement and so forth. I mean, our hearts are broken here in Uvalde. It's a very, I mean, you know, nobody ever wants to have to go through this, especially as a mayor. I never thought this was something I would have to go through. My heart's broken for these families. But the one good thing about our community is Uvalde is a strong community. I think if some of you reporters have been here a while enough, you'll see that there's a lot of unity in our community, and it will take some time, but we will get over this, and Uvalde will come back stronger and better than ever. So God bless you, and thank you.
Thank you very much. And someone who has been actively engaged in helping the victims of crime already and will remain engaged all the way through. is the District Attorney, Christina Mitchell.
Thank you, Governor, for being here. And we want to thank everybody that's reached out to us in Uvalde from across the state, from across the country, and across the world. We greatly appreciate all the support and kind words and prayers and assistance that has been sent to us. And like the mayor said, here in Uvalde County, we are down-to-earth people, we are salt of the earth people, and we are a family. And like a family, we're going to get through this together with each other and for each other, and we're asking everybody across the world to continue to support us. So I, the District Attorney, along with the FBI Victims Assistance people, the DPS Victim Assistance people, the Attorney General's Office, we have set up a Family Assistance Center at the Uvalde County Fairplex here in Uvalde. And at that center, it's a one-stop shop for all the victims. And we say victims, we mean everybody that was associated with Robb Elementary School. And when you come there, you're going to meet with a counselor, you're going to meet with all the services that the state has to offer, funeral services, Blue Cross Blue Shield, the Mexican consulate is there, the Red Cross is there, and we're there to provide all the services any family may need. And if you need something that's not there, then let me know and we will find it for you. And that's going to be open and continue until June the 1st. We are open from 9 a.m. until 5 p.m. There's also food there and a play center for children. And please come and see us. Any victims, anybody that needs help, please come there. It's a resource for everybody. There's also a Victim Services Center at the Civic Center that's run by the school district, and that's for anybody affected in the school district, and they have that services there. So we thank everybody. We appreciate your support, and please keep our victims in your prayers, these families of the deceased children and school teachers, and keep us strong. Thank you.
Thank you. And now I'm going to call up 7 leaders of seven different state agencies to give you a very brief explanation of what their particular agency does. There are more than 7 that are involved in this process, but we're calling up these 7. First is the Health and Human Services Commissioner, Cecily Young.
Good afternoon. I'm Cecily Young, and I'm the Executive Commissioner at the Health and Human Services Commission. We do Medicaid, CHIP, and SNAP, and we have eligibility assistance available at the Family Assistance Center, and we'll continue to have eligibility assistance available on an ongoing basis once we move into the next phase of this. Additionally, as the Governor mentioned, we have an 888 number. It's for mental health services. It's 888-690-0799. This is run by Hill Country Local Mental Health Authority. So it is local. It is a 24-hour, 7 days a week call center that is able to connect people with services, with counseling, medication, counseling services, and telepsychiatry services. And they will be able to ensure that anyone in the community that calls in will be connected to other available mental health services. So it is a way to triage, again, to try to make it as easy as possible for the members of the community.
Thank you. Next is the Texas Department of Insurance Commissioner, Cassie Brown.
Good afternoon. I'm Cassie Brown. I serve as the Commissioner of Insurance for the Texas Department of Insurance. TDI is here to ensure that insurance companies are appropriately and quickly handling claims. What our department does is oversee the health insurance as well as the workers' compensation insurance claims. So if you are going to, if you're a private sector employee, if you're a public sector employee, those employed by the school district or those first responders, they're going to have workers' compensation coverage. Private sector employees should check with their employer to see if they carry workers' comp. Workers' comp covers mental illness and PTSD, so please make sure that you are taking advantage of that benefit for you. We have staff available at the Fairplex Center to help you start the process for processing your workers' compensation claims and to explain all the benefits that are available to you under the system. Thank you.
Thank you. And now from the Teachers Retirement System, Brian Guthrie.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Brian Guthrie. I'm the Executive Director of the Teacher Retirement System of Texas. We are here today to not only help the families of the two teachers who tragically lost their lives and provide them the benefits that they are due, but also to help all the employees of not only this school district, but all the surrounding school districts to make sure that they have access to mental health and behavioral health services. We also recognize that not all the employees of these districts are members of our system and are for our healthcare program, but we want to thank our partners, Blue Cross Blue Shield and Teladoc, for extending those benefits to everyone who's employed in this district or any of the surrounding districts. Thank you.
Thank you. And now for the Texas Employees Retirement System, Porter Wilson.
I'm Porter Wilson, the Executive Director of the Employees Retirement System of Texas. We provide retirement benefits, but more importantly here, health insurance benefits to state employees, but also to employees of higher education in the community. So the local community college employees will get health insurance from Health Select of Texas, which is provided by Blue Cross Blue Shield of Texas. And we've activated a 24-hour crisis hotline to help connect medical and mental health services. And we have that information available on the flyer.
Thank you. And now from the Texas Workforce Commission, Ed Cerna.
My name is Ed Cerna. I'm the Executive Director of the Texas Workforce Commission. The Workforce Commission has a local presence on Main Street in our local Workforce Development Office, and through that office we'll provide child care services for not only the families of the victims, but also anyone who is associated in the school or first responders. We'll also look to protect any TANF or SNAP benefits that an individual is receiving so that they don't lose those benefits because they're unable to work or to continue their training. We'll also assist with anyone needing priority concerning unemployment insurance or businesses that need assistance during this time. We're available locally, so please, and we're also out at the Assistance Center as well.
Thank you. And now the head of the TDHCA.
Good afternoon. I'm Bobby Wilkinson. I'm the Executive Director of the Texas Department of Housing and Community Affairs. We have a very flexible pot of grant funding that we're funding our local partner, the Community Council of South Central Texas. They have a field office here. They're at the Family Assistance Center. They're already passing out grocery and gas cards. They can help with lodging expenses, even some extended family. Maybe your grandma or someone's here and she needs help with gas, with lodging, etc. It's very flexible, and we're looking forward to helping as many people as we can. Thank you.
Thank you. And last is the head of the Texas Education Agency, Mike Morath.
Thank you. TEA has been working in close coordination with the school system. I want to say thank you publicly to Hal Harrell for your leadership and for the work that all of our educators have done. The agency provides support directly in the form of grant funds. We have offered supplemental counseling services. Those counseling services have been provided really around the clock and since this began, and will continue to provide support as the school district prepares its responses for both summer and this fall.
Thank you. So once again, whether it be the services you heard about, or there are many more that we talked about earlier, providing briefing to local officials. The state of Texas has robust resources to ensure that these families who have been devastated by this horrific crime, as well as the entire community, we will be able to help them with any and all of their needs. I cannot overemphasize enough that everybody, students, teachers, law enforcement, everybody in this community, please avail yourself of absolutely free mental health care. It'll pay off in the long run. With that, I'll be happy to take a few questions. Go ahead. Sure. So, I'll directly answer your questions. Before I start answering questions unrelated to the discussion that we've had about the benefits that we're providing to the community, let's take those questions first. I'll come back to you first. Go ahead. I'll put you second in the queue. Let me make clear, maybe I wasn't clear. Before I start taking questions unrelated to the benefits that we're providing to the community, we have an obligation as a state to communicate to the people of this community the benefits that are available to them. Their lives are crushed. They have no idea what's going on. They may have no idea whatsoever how they're going to pay a bill. Let me give you an easy example of something explained to me. There was a parent who lost some glasses that were crushed in everything that happened. And he told someone he had no money to pay for it. We have money to pay for that stuff. There are people who have no idea about getting food. We have money that can buy them food. Let's discuss, if you have any questions about these benefits. If you don't have any questions, that's fine. But if there's anybody here, sure, and I'm going to be answering that, and that's his. Here who's suffered because of this crime. All right, so let me answer your question. So your question. No, I remember it. Short answer, yes, I was misled. I am livid about what happened. I was on this very stage 2 days ago, and I was telling the public information that had been told to me in a room just a few yards behind where we're located right now. I wrote down hand notes in detail about what everybody in that room told me in sequential order about what happened. And when I came out here on this stage and told the public what happened, it was a recitation of what people in that room told me, whether it be law enforcement officials or non-law enforcement officials, whatever the case may be. And as everybody has learned, the information that I was given turned out in part to be inaccurate. And I'm absolutely livid about that. And here's my expectation. My expectation is that the law enforcement leaders that are leading the investigations, which includes the Texas Rangers and the FBI, they get to the bottom of every fact with absolute certainty. There are people who deserve answers the most, and those are the families whose lives have been destroyed. They need answers that are accurate, and it is inexcusable that they may have suffered from any inaccurate information whatsoever. And it is imperative that the leaders of the investigations about exactly what happened get down to the very second of exactly what happened with 100% accuracy and explain it to the public, but most importantly, to the victims who've been devastated. He had a backup question, and I'm coming to you next. My expectation is that as we speak and every minute going forward, law enforcement is going to earn the trust of the public by doing exactly what they're supposed to do from this point on, and that is making sure that they thoroughly, exhaustively investigate exactly what happened and explain to you and the public and the victims of the crime exactly what happened. I told this guy I was coming to him next. Sure. Well, let me answer your second question first, and I'll answer your first question. So in your second question, you talked about the rollback of any of the legislation that I signed this past session. Let's be clear about one thing. None of the laws that I signed this past session had any intersection with this crime at all. No law that I signed allowed him to get a gun, the gun that he did get. And so, again, there was nothing about the laws from this past session that has any relevancy to the crime that occurred here. With regard to the special session, let me just say this, and that is, first of all options are on the table. Second, most importantly, to your point, do we expect laws to come out of this devastating crime? The answer is absolutely yes. And there will be laws in multiple different subject areas. For example, I do fully expect to have every law that we pass in the aftermath of the Santa Fe shooting to be completely revisited. And first, we need to gain the information about exactly what happened at the school to find out the extent to which those laws were complied with, to the extent that they were not complied with, to find out what shortcomings allowed this travesty to occur. Then second, we need to have a discussion and pass laws to make sure that our schools are safer. And the people of Uvalde, but the people of Texas deserve that. Second, as I was discussing 2 days ago, you can expect robust discussion, and my hope is laws passed that I will sign addressing health care in this state. There is an array of health care issues that we face as a state in general, but there are an array of health care issues that relate to those who commit gun crimes in particular. Those need to be addressed, whether it be the health care issues that I talked publicly here with the mayor about 2 days ago, and that would affect the community in general, or whether it be laws that address the challenges that are now surfacing that this killer had in his life that lead to someone doing what he did. And then there will be all other kinds of issues. But there will be committees formed, there will be meetings held, there will be proposals that will be derived, many of which will lead to laws that will be passed in the state of Texas. Because let me make one thing perfectly clear. The status quo is unacceptable. This crime is unacceptable. We're not going to be here and talking about it and do nothing about it. We will be looking for the best laws that we can get passed to make our communities and schools safer. Go ahead. Let's be clear about a couple of things that show that these background checks, if everyone wants to seize upon a particular strategy and just assume, well, that's the golden strategy right there. Look at what happened in the Santa Fe shooting. A background check had no relevancy whatsoever because the killer took the gun from his parent. Look at what happened in the shooting in Sutherland Springs. There was a background check that was done. It was done in a flawed way that allowed the killer to get a gun. And so anyone who suggests, well, maybe we should focus on background checks as opposed to mental health, I suggest to you is mistaken. If there's anybody here who thinks we have perfect health care in this country, in this world, they're wrong. If there's anybody who thinks that we can't do more to address mental health care, they're wrong. They can. We can. And we're going to. Go ahead. Go ahead. Yes. What I've been told about that is several things. One is that this is an ongoing investigation and that there have been obviously new facts and information surfaced, revealed as a result of that investigation that are different today than they were 2 days ago. Second, there will be ongoing investigations that detail exactly who knew what when, who was in charge of what strategy, why was that particular strategy employed, why were other strategies not employed. Bottom line would be, why did they not choose the strategy that would have been best to get in there and to eliminate the killer and to rescue the children? I can't hear you. I can't hear you. Go ahead. Antonio, how you doing, man? Good. So, it's my understanding that ever since Texas has been a state, an 18-year-old has had the ability to buy a long gun, a rifle. Right. And since that time, it seems like it's only been in the past decade or two that we've had school shootings. So for a century and a half, 18-year-olds could buy rifles, and we didn't have school shootings, but we do now. Maybe we're focusing our attention on the wrong thing, and we're focusing it on my colleagues are asking for a special session. You're getting a letter tomorrow. We've been talking to the Senate and Democratic Caucus. We've asked for rent control pages. I'm asking you now to bring this back to the meeting. I apologize for interrupting this press conference about the needs of this community. I've been here for 3 days. All of these elected East County judges worked his ass off. The mayors, the county people. I don't know how to express the loss of the family that I talked to. And I know you people have to do something there. Old colleagues are telling me, calling me, telling me, 18-year-old that I should have a gun. This is almost back. It's almost back. Next question. I can't hear you. Speak up. So, I was unable to hear the first part of your question. Would you restate it? So every act by every official involved in this entire process is under the investigation conducted both by the Texas Rangers and by the FBI. Every act of all of those officials will be known and identified and explained to the public. But I cannot overemphasize enough, we need to get that information to the families of all these victims who deserve to know the most. As far as his employment status is concerned, that's something that is beyond my control and I have no knowledge about. Go for it. Sure.
You know, as the governor said, I'm not in law enforcement. I have not. I'm the mayor of the city, and once we know what took place, what went down, we'll get to the bottom of it and see. I've been just as confused as you are, because as the governor was, I got the same information that the governor got until yesterday afternoon. I was blown away, and then again this morning, other information. So I don't have an answer for you yet, but I can tell you if we need to make changes in that, we will.
You need the name, Young. You need the name of the senator.
to fix my problem. So apparently you did, because I'm here. And I really appreciate it. A lot of thank yous have to go out. I've had, obviously, all my close family, distant family, close friends, distant friends, people that I'm a flight instructor as well, so I've instructed people from all over the world. And it's funny to get, messages from people all over, from your former students and people that I don't even know. So I want to thank everyone for giving me those kind of prayers and wishes, because it definitely helped, for sure. Thanks to my wife for taking care of me this week. Dr. Patel, I don't know what to say. You're my hero. Darren and Russ, I don't know how you did it, buddy.
You had to.
I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Robert, I appreciate everything you did as well.
Thank you.
Good job.
Thank you.
Good job. Very good job. EMS guys, you guys are great, getting me started on that journey. The ICU staff here is amazing. The only complaint is I'm trying to sleep and they're waking me up asking me how I'm trying to sleep. So that's the only problem. Because you will get no rest in the hospital, I guarantee that. I just want to thank everybody, and I'm very happy to be here. So thank you very much.
Good morning. My name is Russ Frank, and I'm nationally known as the other passenger, which I am very happy to be. Happy to be here today and happy to be anywhere, to be frank. I want to first and foremost thank God for also being a passenger on our flight from the Bahamas on May 10th. I'm reminded of my favorite psalm and verse 4, which, yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for thou art with me. And that's pretty much, I've talked to Darren a couple times, and that's pretty much the calmness that we felt was from that experience. I also, of course, want to thank Darren Harrison, who I had met not even an hour before the problem. And Darren was cool, calm, control, along with Rob. Rob's life-saving instructions on the ground gave us, I think, a better than average chance of landing that plane. Ken and Donna, my wife Babs.
Can I interrupt one second? Could you guys not touch the podium and start the, yeah, because it's making noise. Thank you.
Sorry. Kenneth, Donna, and my wife Babs have been very close friends for about 30 years. And that day, May 10th, I was really just along for the ride. What a ride. I'm not going to go into the moment-to-moment sequence of events that I recall, and I feel like Darren has really hit that pretty well. He's covered that in his interviews. He's the real hero, and I only hope that I was enough of a co-pilot to have helped him do what he needed to do. Thanks so much to Dr. Patel and his team for making it a good day for all. I remember telling him that Ken's 50-50 odds were probably way better than us landing that plane at Palm Beach. And I also remember telling Dr. Patel that it won't be a good day unless you fix him. And he did. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Robert Morgan. I was the air traffic controller that helped these guys. Thank you for inviting me today, and I just want to say it's very nice to meet you guys in person, just to kind of get some closure. And when that event happened, I felt very emotional that I could help them, and just like a big weight came off my shoulders, and just to see you guys in person, it just brings even more emotion. But there's a lot of people that played a big role in this event. Fort Pierce Tower was the first people to make contact with Darren, and the controller that works there couldn't be here today because he's in California, but he said he would really like to meet you someday, and just to wish you guys the best. But they played a huge part in making this successful before I ever talked to the plane. And like everybody says with the story, I was just on break when they called me in, and I was kind of the last part of the puzzle to get them down safely. And by you, Russ, staying calm and helping Darren and kind of working together as a team, that probably played a huge role. And I'm actually a calm person too, and Darren was really calm, a little nervous, but everybody worked together as a team. And EMS, thank you guys. I never get to meet you guys. I don't know if you're based right there in the airport. Okay, you are. So I always look at your building, but I never see you.
It's a good thing.
But you know, we had great weather that day. Besides the winds, heck of a crosswind. But it feels really good to be invited to see everybody, meet the doctor. Good job, Mr. Patel. And I just want to thank everybody for all your hard work, and I'm glad we had a successful outcome. I was just doing my job. I would have, done anything I could to make a successful outcome. And it feels good to help somebody, and this is all like over the top for me. I never expected any of this. I just thought we'd kind of go back to everyday working, and it's really blown up to be a good story. So great job. Thanks for still being with us.
Happy to be here.
And thank you.
Hi everybody, my name is Kyle Gerakopoulos. I'm an emergency room doctor at St. Mary's and the first physician to see Mr. Allen. First of all, I just want to say thank you so much to the EMS crew and acknowledge them for recognizing that, Mr. Allen was critically ill and exhibiting signs of stroke with, his eye deviation and motor weakness, and bringing him to us for further evaluation. During our stroke protocol, we performed CAT scans of the head and the neck, and that's where we determined that he was actually suffering from an aortic dissection. We were able to extend the CAT scans all the way through and see the full extent. As soon as we knew, I called Dr. Patel right away on the phone, and I was like, we need you. How can we get him over there as soon as possible? So I really feel like there were no delays or anything to get him over there, over here, and for surgery. And I just feel like, as you were saying, we're just doing our job. You never really know what's going to come in. We didn't really know the full extent of the story either. Originally they told us that a co-pilot had landed the plane, so we were like, okay, well that's amazing, but he's a co-pilot. So once we found the whole story, we were like, wow, this is incredible. And just to hear how successful his surgery went, thanks to Dr. Patel, that's incredible. And when we were in the ER, as an ER doctor, sometimes just have to be a little blunt. I told Mr. Allen, I said, you're not having a stroke, you're actually having an aortic dissection, and it's so much worse. And I'm sorry, but this is what we're going to do. This is the plan. And I wasn't sure that he was going to be able to see his wife ever again. So, I put her on FaceTime so they could see each other, and thank God that wasn't the last time that you guys have seen each other. Again, I'm just so happy and thankful for our team of nurses and, CT techs and EMS and everyone who works together, because I feel like, we all played a critical part in, the success of Mr. Allen's case. And without them, I don't know that it would be as successful, so just so thankful.
Good morning. My name is Nishant Patel. I'm the heart surgeon involved in the care. So, I discussed this a few days ago, but Surgery really is a team sport, especially when you have very challenging, very long operations. These cases really require everybody to be at their A game. That's anesthesia, that's your OR staff, the assistants, the folks that run the heart-lung machine, which allows us to do these kinds of cases. And then, of course, the postoperative care. And that's just at this hospital. So what's remarkable about Ken's story is that it took teamwork everywhere. It took teamwork on the plane and in air traffic control. It took teamwork with our EMS team, teamwork at St. Mary's to get him packaged up and sent over to us. And so, it really is a testament to, the old days of surgery where you ask a heart surgeon, who the best 3 heart surgeons are in the world, and he or she won't be able to name the other 2. Those days are in the past. It really does require a complement of people in all phases of care to get somebody like Ken through what can be a very catastrophic condition. In terms of heroism and that kind of stuff, I agree with everybody up here. To me, doing our job that we're trained to do is really not heroic. I think the folks in the story that were met with unforeseen, circumstances that they were not prepared for and were forced to act in a way that they were not trained, to do, that's really heroic. To land a plane, with the assistance of, folks in the tower, to get to the plane as fast as possible and safely remove a passenger. You have no idea what's going on with him. To get him out of that plane safely, get him over to St. Mary's, and where the ER docs are faced with a myriad of different possible diagnoses, and for them to make, the most critical diagnosis of any heart condition, astutely, quickly, call me right away, get the patient over here. We ran the numbers through our documents, and Ken was in the OR from the time that you landed to the OR in under 3 hours. I can't go to an urgent center and get an EKG and a chest x-ray in 3 hours. So really quite remarkable that the stars somewhat aligned and everybody was on their A game, and we were able to get Ken over here to have his surgery. His surgery was a long one. It was, I think, just around 9 hours. For me and the OR team, this is what we're used to. So, I said that they come in 3s, and we did have our second one a few days after I made that comment, and that patient, thankfully, is doing really well as well. So just a great story at a time where I think we need great stories, right? And a testament to everybody here at the hospital, at both hospitals, at the airport, and of course your buddies on the plane that got you here safely, so that we could fix your aorta. That's really what I have to say. I think it's just an amazing story, and it's definitely not one that can be replicated, which I hope we never have to replicate. Just a real feel-good story. And I made this comment earlier as well, but sometimes in medicine we feel like bad things are happening to good people, and when bad things do happen to good people, we always make that comment, oh, he or she was such a wonderful person, it's such a shame. And this time a good guy got what he deserves, right? He got a great operation. He got great care by our ICU staff. He had great friends and colleagues to land the plane, and the good guy won. So.
Okay, wow, that was amazing, right? So I really thank you so much for each of you sharing your story with all of us, and it is a true miracle. So what we'd like to do now is open it up for questions, and the way we're going to do that is we're going to ask each individual to come back up to the podium so that you can direct your questions to that specific person on our panel today. So we're going to start again with Mr. Allen, if you would come to the podium, and we just ask if you all could repeat the question and then respond. Okay? Thank you.
Did you ask if I fly professionally?
Correct.
Yes.
How long have you been flying professionally?
Since 2016, but I've been a pilot since 1988. But I got all my commercial license and instructor certificates back in 16 up through the last couple years. So I teach seaplane instruction at a world famous school up in Winter Haven, Jack Brown Seaplane Base. I do some skydive flying at my local airport, and then I do contract flying for people that just need a pilot. I've done ferry flights, and for example, taking airplanes from Miami, let's say, to Guyana, South America. I've done that from Fort Pierce to the Cayman Islands. I'm supposed to be on a trip in a couple of days taking a plane to Qatar, so that's not going to happen. So, darn. I was looking forward to that trip. So I just kind of keep my hand in flying and do what I can when I can. The plane that we were flying is a friend of mine who bought this plane who's not qualified for it. So he just hired me to fly it. Take him and his family to the Bahamas, which is what I did Thursday morning.
Mr. Allen, how soon until you're back up in the air flying?
Not soon enough for me, but one thing about the FAA, you never actually lose your license. You lose your medical, and if you don't have a current medical, then you're not able to exercise the privileges of flying. So I've got a process to go through. First of all, I got to get healed up, and then go through some processes to try to regain my medical. So I'm hoping that's going to be obtainable, but it's the FAA. I don't know.
What was the first thing you said to Darren when you talked to him?
The first thing I said to Darren when I talked to him, I'm sorry for putting you your life at danger, and I told Russ the same thing. Because I've got some guilt for that.
What was the first thing that you said to Mr. Morgan?
Well, I just met him today, so I said thank you. I'm going to talk to him some more when we get through here, and I want to go visit the tower and some other stuff. So, I mean, I'm just meeting people for the first time.
How does it feel to truly be part of the happiest story of the year?
It's kind of surreal because, you know, you see stories on the TV and it makes you feel good, and you don't think you're going to be the one in the middle of it. So I'm happy to be here, and I'm happy to tell my story, and I think it's a good story. But I'm just the small part. Russ, and Darren, and Robert is the real story. I mean, if I'd have just done my job and stayed conscious and landed in Fort Pierce, everything would have been cool.
Mr. Allen, how was it again that Darren, Mr. Harrison, came to be on your plane coming back? We understand that you're longtime friends with Mr. Frank, and he was along for the ride. Did Mr. Harrison charter your plane coming back from the Bahamas? Is that
No, there was no charter. It's he's friends of the owner of the airplane, who has takes his boat over to the Bahamas and does fishing tournaments. So last Thursday, I took the owner, his wife, his daughter, his dog, couple of friends, including Darren, took him to Marsh Harbor and just dropped him off. Came back, flew by myself all the way back, and then I asked Russ, hey, I'm going to the Bahamas again to pick up a guy, take another guy over there and pick him up. You want to ride with me?
Yeah.
So probably wouldn't answer that same question today. So it was just going back over to take another friend of Philip's to go fishing with him and then pick up Darren because he had some business to attend to. And tomorrow I was supposed to take Darren to the Bahamas to Nassau for him and his wife's sort of honeymoon. So he's got to find another ride.
What is the first thing that you really remember? Because you said you didn't remember, but when you came to, what was the first?
The first thing I remember is thinking somebody was going to throw me out of the plane. And it was these guys pulling me out of the plane after we had landed. I didn't know we had landed. I didn't know anything. And all I remember is hanging onto the door strut and somebody saying, we've landed, we just got to get you out of the plane, let go, let go. And it was these guys pulling me out. So that's the first thing I remember. And then I remember a lot from then on. Remember the ambulance ride to the hospital? Remember her charming face right in my face telling me that it's not as good as it's supposed to be? The ambulance ride down here, and then meeting Dr. Patel. So.
What type of things did you tell your wife when you had the ability to FaceTime at St. Mary's? What were you talking about? What were you thinking?
Well, I honestly don't recall that. Stunner, do you remember, other than just, you asked me if I looked tired or I felt tired, and I said, yeah, I feel kind of tired. And obviously I loved her, and I'd see her soon.
You didn't think you were saying your goodbyes at that point, it sounds like.
Well, I knew what an aneurysm was, but I didn't, I mean, I've already survived, apparently, the worst part of it, in my mind, right or wrong. So, no, I didn't think that would be the last time.
When did you realize that this was truly a miracle on every aspect of it?
It still kind of seems surreal. I keep hearing all the word miracle, but you know, I know God definitely worked His magic to get us to this point right here. So, I mean, I don't feel like a miracle, but I guess maybe I am. So.
Is there anything that was going through your mind that if you didn't make it, you know, what did you want to do? Or if you did make it, what would you want to do after?
Well, I don't recall anything that's going through my mind other than after surgery I wanted to get out of the hospital. You know, and so I think I asked you, when can I go home, which I knew I wasn't ready, but I still have to ask. I don't sit very well, but this has put me in my place. So.
Okay, so Mr. Allen, thank you so much. And
thank you.
No, the question is, was I back in the passenger seat? No, I fly as Ken's co-pilot. I don't know anything about flying, but that's where I like to sit. So I like to know what's going on, and it's interesting, very interesting. So I remained in that seat the entire time, in the co-pilot seat.
And were you also communicating with Robert and the other aircraft?
I could hear him. We had an issue with the headphones. Ken had pulled the wires out when he slumped one way or the other, and evidently Darren had asked me for my headset. Well, when you have a headset on, it's noise canceling, so I wouldn't have heard him. And I didn't know he did that. Evidently, he came up with another set and got those on, and we fixed him up, and He showed me the plug, and I found where the receptacle was, and I plugged it in. And he had the mic up on top of his head, and I moved it down to his mouth. I showed him where the push-to-talk button was, and then it was his show. I mean, he had such a calm, collected, and there are a lot of things going through your head at the time. And I'm thinking, well, maybe this young guy has some gaming experience or flight simulator, you know. But I had to make a hard decision because I've flown with Ken a lot in his Piper Cherokee, which is totally different. But I had to make a hard decision that Darren was going to be our best chance, and I'm glad I made that decision.
2 questions, sir. How old are you and where are you from?
I'm 69, and I live about 10 minutes from my buddy, Lake Wales.
And another question for you. Obviously, you knew Mr. Allen and you're focused on survival, but did you ever have any thoughts about what was going to happen to your friend? Can you walk us through that, or were you?
Yes, Darren was so quick to get up there and figured that he had to get Ken out of the pilot seat. He's a big guy, and he didn't have, as far as I could tell, much problem getting Ken to the back. Ken was, he was still moving, and he was breathing, and I knew he was still alive, and when he lay down, his feet were by my hand, and I just kept tapping his feet. I don't know why. I just wanted to make sure he was still with us. So, did I answer your question?
Yes.
Okay.
When was the moment that you realized what had really happened? When you had all of this landed, what were your feelings?
It changed as we got closer to landing. A lot of apprehension at first, and you're actually thinking, you know, what are my odds here? And you're thinking, not too good. But as we flew, and I just learned this from Darren's interviews, that he was actually practicing on the way in. He was getting the feel for the plane. Crazy. And as we got closer, we could see the coast. We were headed south, and then we headed west and towards the coast. And I could see the Boca Airport, which was small. When I was talking to Rob this morning, he asked me if I saw that airport, and I did. And then Rob, I think, asked us to go to take a slow turn to the north because he wanted us at Palm Beach. So my anxiety level starts to go down as I get confidence in Darren flying the plane, and I see how big the runway was. At that point, I thought, well, we got a decent chance. So we were too high when we passed over the airport. It was out my right window. I could see the runway. We did a loop. As we're looping, we're descending, and because we were too high. And we went out west and then came back towards the east. And it seems absurd to say this, but it felt like a normal landing. I mean, really, it was. And
that was pretty good video I saw.
So we came in fast, and that was because we had an issue with the flaps. We couldn't get them to work, or we didn't know what we were doing. So, like I said, my anxiety level was, and I remember putting my hand on Darren's shoulder and kind of, I don't know whether I said, we got this, or you got this, or we're going to be okay. And we were. And we did come in fast, but that's a sturdy plane, so we didn't have an issue with it. And he's hitting the brakes pretty hard, so.
So there wasn't really a lot of dialogue with Darren. Darren was talking to Robert.
It's all in my head, too. I didn't talk. Darren did all the talking to Rob.
You didn't talk to Darren at all?
Yeah, I could talk to Darren.
Yeah.
So the communication was between me and Darren and Rob.
Right. What were you saying to Darren mostly? We got this, what other kind of things?
I said some of those things. I remember telling him, and I probably didn't have to tell him, that everything you do needs to be done gradual. You know, come down gradually, turn gradually, slowly. And like I said, I think he knew all that. I remember talking about speed as we got closer to the airport, that we were coming in a little fast. So he, in his interview, he told me to to dump the throttle once we got. I don't know. I think I did. I don't know. I was listening to him, so we did come in just a little bit fast, but he hit the brakes pretty good. So then he had the wherewithal to ask him if he wanted them to move the plane out of the runway. And I'm thinking, no, just shut the plane off and let's get off. So.
What was the first thing that you guys talked about, or that you said to him?
I got to talk to him before the operation, and like he said he was sorry. I said, don't go there. I said, we got this far. Now all you have to do is get better, and that's what I told him.
When did the radio come into play? I think Alan mentioned something about a radio, remote control radio, that Robert was talking to someone. When did that come into play?
I can't speak to that. I don't know what.
Was that like a radio?
I can answer that.
Any other questions for Mr. Frank?
I have one more question. What is your relationship with flying going to be like? Are you going to get back on these small planes? Do you want to become an autopilot?
The question is, when will I fly again? Stana flew down here from Lake Wales and said, this guy will take you back to Lake Wales if you want to fly back with him. I said, not today, Stana. Not today. Yeah, I'll fly commercially. I don't know whether it will bring back anxiety or not. That time will tell.
Thank you, Mr. Frank. Appreciate your time.
Do you want me to start with the question first? Okay. So the emergency radio is something that we have in our facility. They're commonly above us in our radar room. So when I was paged to come to the radar room to help, basically they were on the frequency of Fort Pierce Tower. So it's kind of like just a push-to-talk radio. So they were already on that frequency. And when Fort Pierce Tower lost radio communications with Darren, we were able to reach them on that same frequency as they flew closer to Boca Raton. So my supervisor was able to make contact with Darren, and then when I was paged in the room, that radio was already ready to go. But it's something that we usually keep off, and we turn on only in emergency. And the only reason we had to use that is because they didn't know how to change the radio frequency to the frequencies we would normally use.
At some point, Robert, you were talking to Darren about, do you have a cell phone? Do you have a cell phone? And numbers were being relayed. What was going on then?
So a lot of my audio is reference of talking about cell phones and here's a number. all that kind of stuff. None of my audio, to the best of my knowledge, has been released to the media because it's not there unless somebody somehow recorded it, because it was done on this emergency radio. That audio that you're hearing is from Chip Flores from the Fort Pierce Tower. So he was the one that initially made contact, or that Darren reached out to, hey, you guys hear me? I got a problem. That was Chip Flores. And they tried to, since he couldn't change the radio frequencies and all that stuff, they said, well, all right, they've read it, let's give them a phone number. They can call us on their cell phone. Well, I talked to Chip, and he says that as they were giving out that cell phone, that they were losing radio coverage, so that they never heard them. Either Fort Pierce Tower couldn't hear them, or you guys couldn't hear Fort Pierce Tower. So that's when my facility kind of just, all right, we got to go to this frequency. We see them on radar, and then they page me into the room. But all that talking that you're hearing with ATC for the most part is from Fort Pierce Tower.
Just a desperate attempt to somehow stay in contact with them.
Yeah, because they had no idea where the plane was. They just knew that somebody was calling them and trying to figure out the whole situation. Because Fort Pierce Tower just looks at like a 5-mile radius, and my facility, Palm Beach Approach Control Tower, we look at like a 90 miles north and south, and about 60-mile radius within the Palm Beach County area.
Mr. Morgan, did you ever train someone to land a plane from not in the plane?
No. So I've never trained someone to land a plane, never being inside a plane. So the closest I would have to that would just always be in the plane. I'm a flight instructor also, only for a couple of years and very limited because I do it part-time. So I've taken up my kids and kind of walked them through just basic lessons, and I've taken up students who maybe aren't private pilots yet, they're just student pilots and they're still learning how to land, and I can talk them down. So just that little bit of training and practicing becoming an instructor, you kind of have to kind of learn how to, basically, you know how to land a plane, but now you have to teach somebody how to do it. So just by going through that with students and just practicing becoming an instructor, that kind of helped me help Darren and Russ land the plane.
When the plane landed at PBIA, what was your first reaction?
So when the plane landed at PBIA, so I could never see the plane, out the window because our radar room is just all dark, no windows, nothing. We do have people in the tower that were watching the whole thing, but they couldn't get on the same frequency to assist. So I lost the plane around 300 feet on our radar, but your heart kind of sinks because I don't know if they're still there. I don't know if they crashed. So I reach out to Darren. I say, hey, are you still there? He's like, I'm still here. I said, okay, and I just reminded him, what the runway's going to look like as he gets closer and what to do with the power and start to pull back. And then about 5 or 10 seconds go by, and he says, I'm on the runway. How do I stop this thing? So I just look. He's like, he made it. I look at and I was like, he made it. Just kind of like I think it was adrenaline, but it's just like a wave of emotion, and just kind of weight comes off your shoulders because you feel like, you're called to that room, that you're the only one they can count on, and if you fail, that's going to be bad. It's going to, I don't want that on me either, so I'm trying to do the best thing I can to help them. But it was just a great feeling to help them and kind of like wake me up from this dream. It can't be real, that type of feeling. And everybody's just like yelling in the room, you're the hero, you did it. And they're just coming right, shaking you. But it was just a lot of emotion. I didn't cry, but like before, you kind of get tears to your eyes. But it feels really good. And still can't believe that we pulled it off, and you didn't crash, you didn't even damage the plane as far as I could tell. And a couple days later, I went up to the plane to make friends with it. I hugged it and took some pictures with it.
First time seeing Mr. Allen today?
Today's the first time, other than the picture that I think the media released.
When you first started talking to Darren, did you operate under the presumption that he knew how to operate the flight controls and where the instruments were, like the airspeed guns on the left side, outside on the right side?
So when I first started talking to Darren, I was just briefed that he was a passenger. There was 2 passengers flying a plane, and the pilot was unconscious. So I had no idea of what his experience or background was with flying. So I just treated it like he's a passenger. But I knew up to this point, like, all right, well, I don't know what happened previously. I was just paged in the room, but he has control of the aircraft. So I knew he could do like straight and level, and I was told, hey, he's descending from 5,000 to 3,000, and he was actually descending. So now my biggest worry is airplanes are normally stable in their pitch, but not so much in their turning. So I was just like, all right, I don't want to give him any sharp turns, or just turn real shallow. And as he started taking my instructions, and he was able to listen to me and fly the plane, I got more confident. And I started to think to myself, like, hey, we can really pull this off. So I knew I had a bad feeling if I was going to bring him to Boca Raton, just because of it's a very congested area and a smaller runway. I just had a better feeling, hey, we're going to change the plan. We're going to bring you north to Palm Beach. So as it went along, and I talked to them about 20 minutes is what my segment was with them, I had more confidence that we could actually do it as long as I lined them up with the runway that's over almost 2 miles long, the runway is.
So he was able to read the altimeter, for example?
He told me that he could only read his altimeter, and then eventually I came back to him and I said, you don't have airspeed? He said no, and then I heard the passenger in the background, which is Russ, and back and forth with them a little bit, and they said, yes, I guess we do have airspeed. So I said, well, don't worry about it. I can see your altitude, I can see your airspeed, which is ground speed, just a little bit different. And then I can see your track of your aircraft. I can't tell exactly what way they're heading, but I can see the track, which means I could tell if they're turning or not. So I could see his general direction that he was moving.
And just to be clear, the whole time you're communicating with him, this was through that emergency radio?
Yeah, it's called a PET 2000. It's like an orange radio, and you have to manually push the frequencies in. Whereas our normal radios, our frequencies are already right there, they're selected, and I had to have my headset on, and I have a push-to-talk, or we can use our foot to operate on the frequency when we want to talk. So the whole time I'm using this push-to-talk radio, which is an emergency radio, and then the speaker is way above my head, and there's a lot of noise that comes in from other facilities calling us, because we work with adjacent facilities like Miami Approach Control, Miami Center. So I'm hearing a lot of this noise. I'm just trying to block it out. I'm just kind of zoned in. And there's my supervisors are, on my shoulder, just, what do you need? Just let us know. And, I'm just kind of like really focused. But everything was coming out above me, probably like a good 4 feet above me, but enough to where I could keep, good communication with Darren. I just kept talking to him the whole time because I feel like that'll at least keep him calm, like letting him know that, hey, someone's here for you. Just always keep talking to him, just making sure everything's okay.
When did this sink in for you? What had really happened?
Probably, well, it sunk in really quick when they got me in the room and told me the situation like we had spoke with before. So just like, well, kind of like, why was I selected for this? Just in my brain, like, oh no, but I guess I got to step up to the plate and make it happen. But when it was over, I was like, I had texted my wife. I went for a walk out in the parking lot, and I just said, that's probably when it sank in, when I texted her, and I just said, hey, I think I just pulled off the impossible. She texts back, what do you mean? I said, well, I think I just saved someone's life. And I didn't know, well, I guess I knew there was 3 people on the plane, but I said, I just saved some people's lives. And then ever since then, it kind of sunk in. And I never thought like it'd be such a big thing, and it just really kind of exploded, became like a big story.
Any other questions for Mr. Morgan? Okay,
Thank you.
Mr. Morgan.
Any questions?
Good job.
Teamwork.
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 Can you be more precise about the medical situation as far as was it a dissection or was it a rupture? What type of dissection was that?
Well, I know that Dr. Patel has spoken on this before, but it was a type A aortic dissection, which is a tear of the layers of the aorta. So he, you know, yeah, it was almost the entire aorta.
I have a question. He arrived at the hospital and it looked like he had a stroke. What is the difference in process between admitting someone who appears to have had a stroke and figuring out that this is something deeper than that? Can you just is a CT scan normal? Does a CT scan usually go that low?
Sure. So the question was about differentiating a stroke from a aortic dissection and how, I guess, we would diagnose that in the management. So what's good about the stroke protocol is that we do a plain CAT scan of the brain, which does not use IV contrast, and then after, basically looking for like acute hemorrhage or bleeding in the brain, which would then change the management. And then we proceed with a CAT scan of the head and the neck with IV contrast. And that illuminates the blood vessels of the head and the neck, and that's where we're able to see if there's a dissection that's extending upward as well, and that's how we were able to see it.
There are no physicians at St. Mary's that do this type of surgery, is that correct? You mentioned transferring here?
Right, so Dr. Patel was our cardiovascular surgeon on call. So St. Mary's is a level 1 trauma and comprehensive stroke center, and all of our, heart attacks, STEMIs, and heart surgeries, we refer to Palm Beach Gardens.
Any other questions for Dr. G, since I recommended? Okay, thank you.
I'm reminded my children like video games, and I remember as a kid playing Flight Simulator, and you just press restart when you don't like how things are going, and it's just crazy that how this turned out. I mean, I'm glad it was you guys and not me, because I don't know if I'm good at what I do. I don't think I could handle what you guys were able to perform up there. Really, a miracle. Happy to take questions.
What are the chances of survival for someone who has experienced something like this aneurysm, this tear in the aorta?
So the question's about survival and prognosis with a type A dissection. So to clarify the earlier question, it was a type A aortic dissection. So the tear began in the beginning parts of his aorta as it exits out of the heart. It progressed across the aortic arch, which gives rise to the vessels that go to the brain. That's why Ken was having stroke-like symptoms, because there was an absence or a severely diminished blood flow to the brain as the tear occurred. So most patients won't make it to the hospital, because what will happen is that tear as a dissection is partial thickness through the first and middle layer of the aortic wall. And what will happen is that tear will then extend throughout the entire thickness of the aorta and lead to what we call a rupture. There are patients that can get to us with what we call a contained rupture. They have ruptured, but it's not a frank rupture. It's kind of encapsulated around the space around the heart. So most patients with this diagnosis, unfortunately, won't make it to the hospital. And every hour that you have a type A dissection, there's a 1 to 3% increased risk of passing away. And the overwhelming majority of patients will pass away without any surgical treatment, prompt surgical treatment. The prognosis with surgery has really improved quite dramatically, and this is all thanks to my predecessors, the folks that trained me and the folks that trained them, to develop techniques and a plan of action to tackle these very difficult, complex conditions and minimize the risk. But of course the risk is still high. If anybody comes in for routine bypass surgery, which we call bread and butter or conventional heart surgery, the average mortality rate or passing away within 30 days is around 1.5% to 2%. So it's an incredibly safe procedure for routine bypass. These operations, historically, the mortality rate with surgery, would be in excess of 50%, And depending on what the patient came in with, it could be a lot worse. But we've gotten that number down, which we can with international registries, anywhere around 15 to 30%. So it's still at least a tenfold, increased risk compared to conventional surgery. And of course, a lot of it depends on what the patient comes in with. So advanced age, if there's a rupture, if they come in with what we call malperfusion, so the tear, because all of the blood flow isn't going in the normal lumen of the aorta and some of it is going through the tear, some of the vessels that are supplying your other organs, your brain, your kidneys, your liver, can have either an absence of blood flow or severely diminished blood flow, and malperfusion really portends a much higher risk for the case. Long term, I told Ken, the part that we fixed, the life-threatening part, that should be a cure for him. The rest of the aorta will be managed with medical treatment, so blood pressure control, and then with the assistance of an excellent primary care physician and cardiologist, he'll go through routine monitoring of the rest of the aorta for the rest of his life.
How long is the recovery?
So these kinds of cases, there's really no ballpark what we say with recovery. When we talk to families and patients when they come in with this problem, we're going to try to get you through the operation, and then we're just going to take it one day at a time and handle each issue as it comes up. And so, we don't really tell patients that, you're going to be in the hospital 6 days. He was in the hospital 6 days, which was really a testament to his overall health and conditioning. And then long-term, really, once he's discharged, it's just, giving him the time to allow the wounds and the sternum to heal. So we had our office visit today, and everything looks like it's healing really well. His sternum feels nice and stable. So he's walking, he's doing some light exercise, and I've told him to gradually increase that. And usually around 6 to 8 weeks, the patients can get back to full activity.
Mr. Allen reported seeing some blue specks in his vision before he lost consciousness. Of the patients that you've been able to talk to who have aortic dissections, have you ever heard something like that before, and why might something like that happen?
That sounds like that's typical of malperfusion to the brain, right? So as the tear extends across the aortic arch, which is giving rise to the vessels that go up to the arms and to the brain, if there's any compromise in blood flow, patients will exhibit stroke-like symptoms, which prompted our great EMS team here to get the patient to St. Mary's. Malperfusion to the brain is really a challenge. Those patients, we have very difficult conversations with the patients and their families because we don't know what that's going to look like after surgery. Patients can wake up, unfortunately, and have a completely devastating neurological injury or hemorrhage. The procedure itself requires massive amounts of blood thinners to enable us to put him on the heart-lung machine. So, make sure they don't have bleeding in the brain. There are techniques we use in the operating room to ensure that the patient's getting adequate blood flow to the brain. But for Ken's case, there was a period where we had to minimize the blood flow because we had to work on his arch. And so that was why we had to cool him down to around 18 to 20 degrees and do all that fancy stuff.
Is there any sign that he's had any sort of damage to his brain? Sorry for asking.
No, I mean, he's pretty sharp. He's pretty sharp.
Don't ask my kids.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Dr. Patel, thank you for your talent. My last question really is back, if you don't mind. How do you feel? We've elected to ask you how you feel.
I feel pretty good, actually. I get tired later on in the day, depending on what I'm doing, but every day, just feeling better. Sleeping. You can't say too much about that because if you don't get any sleep, you feel like crap. So finally, my chest is such where I can turn without really hurting. So getting some good quality sleep has made all the difference in the world in the last 4 or 5 days. So I feel like I'm on the mend.
When do you think you'll be able to go back
I went home I got discharged Monday. I went to my sister Tisa's house, who lives right down the street, so I spent the night there, and then we left and went home last Tuesday. Came back yesterday. So probably go back home either later today or tomorrow.
Did anybody have any other questions for Dr. Patel? Okay. Well, again, I just want to thank all of you for being here and wow, your story, it's amazing to me to hear what you went through. And, you know, we get up every morning, we do our routine, we go to work, right? Who knew all this was going to go on, right? But I'm very thankful for everybody that's been here today and for all of you for being here to hear this wonderful story. And so that concludes our press conference for today. And we would like for all of you all to stay for a moment. We'd like to get a group picture if that's okay. Okay? Thank you so much. You want us up here? You guys want to?
Several of you have had several requests, and so I will be dealing with at least 2 topics today. But let me first introduce you to Ryan and Kelly Petty. I first met Ryan whenever we were both appointed to the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas Commission, and the reason for the commission and the reason we got to meet was because their beautiful 14-year-old daughter, Elena, was tragically murdered at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas on February the 14th, 2018. So shortly after that horrible event, I met Ryan and Kelly, and we have grown to be great friends. In fact, they moved from Broward County to Polk County, and they have agreed to be with us today. The questions that I've received are about the horrible tragedy of the shooting in Texas, where once again an elementary school was shot up and children died and school teachers died. And I can tell you that I'm mortified, I'm heartbroken. I think, but for the grace of God, it could have been any one of us and our children or grandchildren, and it has been for Kelly and Ryan. I've also stopped speculating, or not speculated, because the initial information that comes out, and as you all know, you're in the news business, is piecemeal and suspect at best, and the validity of it, you know, we can never be sure of. It normally takes a week or so for everything to calm down until you get at least a trend of what's accurate. But what I do know is I watched the press conference like many of you did, where the spokesman clearly and unequivocally said the doors weren't locked, and he was in the school for an hour before they neutralized the threat. That is unacceptable. So I have agreed to speak and give you some direction on what I believe should have happened based on the best information I have and the training that we have. Once again, Governor Rick Scott was in office at the time when the horrible shooting occurred, and within 3 weeks, because the legislative session was in progress, we had the Marjory Stoneman Douglas law, and it required a lot of things. Most of the things that it required, quite frankly, in Polk County, we were already doing. I have worked closely with the school system, and in fact, I've contracted some of my people. I'm in charge of the safe schools. We have this philosophy here, and the philosophy is simply this: when you take your children to school healthy and well in the morning, you have every right and expectation to receive them back in the afternoon in the same healthy state that you delivered them to school in the morning. I took 3 of my grandchildren to school this week after that horrible tragedy, and as they walked onto campus, I saw a guardian. I saw police officers because their schools are in the city. And why is that? It's because the legislature in Florida and the governor acted. But I always say this, and I underscore this: the last school district in the state of Florida to come into compliance was the Broward County School District. Did you hear what I said? Where the shooting took place, we as a commission, and later on through a grand jury, had to force Broward County to do some things that they should have, and we had varying amounts of trouble on the commission getting other school districts to comply with state law. So why do I say all of that? Quite frankly, because I'm not surprised with that police response. It was a very small community in a very rural part of the state, and what we find overwhelmingly still today, after Columbine, Sandy Hook, Virginia Tech, Parkland, and to name just a few, people are in denial. It can't ever happen here. I will say this, and quite frankly, I hope you can prove me wrong, but the overwhelming majority of the school districts in this country, the overwhelming majority of law enforcement agencies in this country are not equipped and trained to deal with an active assailant, an active shooter, to the level that they need to be. And you can always improve. So I wasn't surprised that the doors were unlocked. I wasn't surprised. I was saddened about the response. Let me tell you clearly and unequivocally, the training in Florida, and I'll speak specifically here, and I'm thankful for the Florida legislature. I'm thankful for the people of the state of Florida and the support. But if you come to a school in this county armed, we're going to do our best through either our guardians, our school resource officers, or our school resource deputy sheriffs to eliminate the threat outside of the school before they ever get to the children. We're trained to do that. Now, if you have trouble understanding that, let me give it to you in Polk County vernacular. This is the last thing you'll see before we put a bullet through your head if you're trying to hurt our children. We're going to shoot you graveyard dead if you come onto a campus with a gun, threatening our children, or shooting at us. Now, quite frankly, here's the deal. We're going to charge directly to the threat. There's no mustering, there's no gathering up. We go individually to the threat and engage it. That's what we train for. Why do we train like that? If they're shooting at us, they're not shooting at the children. Now, we don't want to be shot either, but given the choice of being shot and killed on the ground or those children dying, we'll die every time. When you turn your children over to us at the schools, they are our children all day long. And that's how we respond. That's how our training responds. Quite frankly, ladies and gentlemen, an hour until they engage the shooter, that is absolutely unequivocally unacceptable. But you have to train for that. You have to have the equipment immediately. You have to work at pushing through. It's hard to run into gunfire. If you've never had that opportunity, and the world hasn't, I can tell you, it's not fun. I have been there way back in the day. It wasn't fun then. It's not fun now. It's not supposed to be fun, but we're going in and eliminating the threat, period. When somebody starts as an active shooter, they're an active shooter. Just because their shooting pauses doesn't let them off the hook. We're going to protect the schools, the businesses. But let me underscore this denial issue, folks. When the threat is there and you dial 911 on that cell phone, we're too late. We know by studying and research the average police response is plus 5 minutes. The average shooter is 0 to 5 minutes. Just look at the numbers. When seconds count, minutes don't make any difference. I'm grateful for the legislature. I'm grateful that they passed the legislation for the Guardian program. I'm going to turn the podium over to my friend Ryan Petty, and I'm going to let him say what's on his heart, because as bad as it is, he and Kelly are the subject matter experts here. Oh, by the way, Ryan went through our Guardian training because he wanted to audit it and see if he believed it met the standards and the requirements to keep children safe. And I'll let him talk about that. And the Guardian program emanated from our Sentinel program that I had put in place years before and offered to the public schools, offered to the state colleges, and offered to the private colleges. Only the private colleges took me up on it. But after Marjorie Stoneman Douglas, they took my Sentinel program, added 12 hours to it, and inculcated it in Florida law, and it's now the Guardian program. Right?
Thank you, Sheriff. You know, I've been pretty vocal on social media the last few days about the tragedy that we're learning more about each day in Uvalde, and my heart goes out to the families of the victims. I've watched the video. I've watched the failures, and my heart breaks. It would appear, and again, Sheriff Judd is right, and these things take time. It took us months on the MSD Commission to understand what happened in Parkland and where the failures were and how to address those failures. But I can tell you, the simple act of locking that door at that school, all of those kids and those teachers might be alive today. And law enforcement could have addressed that threat outside of that school building, outside of that classroom. It's the little simple things, like locking doors, that can make all the difference. And it's heartbreaking to know how easily he got onto that campus and into that classroom. Now, we may never know exactly why he chose that school as a target, because he's no longer with us anymore, because eventually, after an hour or more, a tactical team went in and did what should have been done immediately. They took out the threat, and they stopped the killing. But my belief is he chose that elementary school because he was a student in that school district, and he understood that the elementary schools did not have school district police officers on campus. He knew that that school would be unarmed and unable to respond. We'll have to wait for the investigation to unfold to figure out whether or not I'm right. But my guess is he picked it because he knew it was a soft, easy target. So let's talk about the Guardian program for just a moment. One of the things that's very different about Florida than what we see in Texas, and my understanding is only 30% of the districts in Texas allow their teachers and staff to be armed on campus. And I still don't know to this day whether Uvalde Independent School District is one of those districts or not, but my belief is they aren't. The Guardians are that last line of defense. And as the sheriff mentioned, you know, and the best case, law enforcement is going to get to the scene of these horrific tragedies after several minutes. The killing's over by the time responding law enforcement gets there. In fact, a Secret Service study of school attacks showed that of 42 attacks, they studied 42 attacks, only one was stopped by responding law enforcement, and that was because they were actually there on campus that day doing a drug sweep. It's too late for responding law enforcement to get to these killers. They're already doing their heinous deed. So we need guardians. And the sheriff said, I went through that guardian training because I wanted to understand for myself. I want to be able to stand in front of the people in the state of Florida and say with 100% assurance, I know the training is good. I know the training is effective, and I would be happy to send my kids to a school that had guardians in that school, because I went through with a group of teachers, and I'm not going to say which school they belong to, and I'm not going to give out names or anything like that, but I know they're prepared and ready and willing to run to the threat and take out the threat, and they're capable of doing that. So I will leave it at that. We'll see how the investigation in Uvalde unfolds over the next several days. There's a lot to learn, but I think if I could offer some advice to that law enforcement agency, Sheriff, it would be they need to be very clear about what they know and what they don't know, and what they don't know they shouldn't be guessing in front of the public at this point. So with that, I'll turn it back over to you, Sheriff.
You know, it's interesting when you look. That is a very large county with a very small population. Normally, small communities with small police departments have small funding. But at the end of the day, the training is what makes the difference. And quite frankly, we can never guarantee that there will never be another active shooter or active assailant. But if we do things that cost virtually nothing, locking the doors, everything we do lowers the probabilities of success for the active shooter. So what we're trying to do is lower the probabilities of, one, it occurring, and two, them being successful, and three, if somebody is injured, we're able to quickly mitigate it before more people are injured or killed. So with that, we'll take any questions you have on this topic.
You've gotten a number of calls saying, I want to be a guardian now. Can you give me a sense of how many calls, what people are saying, and are you suggesting that even more people step forward?
Certainly. We always receive calls about what can I do, what can I do, what can I do. Now this may seem the inappropriate time. I suggest it's the perfect time. Why don't you come be a law enforcement officer? Why don't you put yourself where your mouth is? There's very few law enforcement agencies in this country that are full staffed because of the environment today. You know, we had the hate on the cops and the defund the police. That was pretty cool. I watched all around the nation these places wanting to defund the cops. At the same time, the cops were standing in the gap between good and evil to protect them and keep them safe. Well, that's just crazy talk by crazy people. But we need help. In the state of Florida, every public school, every charter school has either a guardian, a law enforcement officer, either a sheriff's deputy or a police officer on the campus. Come join us. Be a guardian. We'll train you. We'll pay you. Be a law enforcement officer, because even if you're not protecting a campus at that moment in time, law enforcement officers are out here standing between good and evil and protecting you every day. So come do it. That's how we can make a positive difference. That's how we can change.
So, Sheriff, you mentioned small counties and small funding, but obviously there's merit to single entry campuses, video verification when somebody comes in, having a guardian. Would you like to see, and maybe Patty's could comment about this too, about would you like to see a federal mandate funding to support that?
Well, there has been grant money available, and there is some grant money available. But what we have to see first is we have to see a society, a community that stands up together and goes, hey, you know, this is real. You know, the statistical probabilities of your child ever being hurt in a school shooting are minuscule. But numbers don't matter when it's your child. And I tell my staff and our guardian staff, and that's what we say all across the state of Florida, we prepare every day for the horrible thought that there may be an active shooter. And we pray that there's not one. We don't want that. Even with our best training, even if we find them in the parking lot, even if we stop the threat in the parking lot, that's not what we want. We want the people, when they see something or hear something, they say something. We want to find this active assailant back when they're doing their crazy talk on social media or telling their neighbor or their new best friend. We want to intervene. Now, what you don't see and what we're not going to talk about, every school district in this state and probably in this nation intervene multiples of times every year. We do. Thank God when you get to the bottom of it, it's a 12-year-old, a 14-year-old, a 16-year-old doing just stupid talk, that it's not for real. But we accept everyone on face value as a valid threat until we're able to deal with it otherwise. Because we don't know who is just mad and chattering on social media and who means what they say. So if you say it, we take that you mean it. And we want intervention. So we have layers of intervention. The schools are required to do a lot more detailed risk analysis. We have mental health services, and we're still working to make those more robust. we've not finished, we're not at the end game with security in the state of Florida, but we're light years ahead of most places in the United States. That doesn't mean that we can't have an active shooter. We just pray that we've reduced the probabilities, because a madman with a gun is a dangerous person.
Mr. Petty, would you like to see a federal mandate for a guardian program?
I agree with what the sheriff said. I mean, after Parkland, I went up and lobbied for the Stop School Violence Act, and we got that passed immediately after. There was $1 billion worth of funding for school hardening projects and things like that. I'd love to see more funding for it. The complaint I hear from school districts sitting on the State Board of Education is we don't have enough funding for, you know, almost anything, they say, right? So more funding would be good. I typically don't like to see the strings that get attached from DC to these funding things, but if there were block grants and the funding would be used for guardians, then I would support that.
So, you know, I don't know if you saw the video, but both of you can probably speak to this better than anyone. The video I saw was heart-wrenching in that there were parents outside of that school who were begging to go in, who were insisting to go in. I believe one woman was arrested for trying to go in. What did you think?
I've learned to be careful because video doesn't always show all of the context, but that video made me angry. And I want to know what was going on out there. There was a lot of law enforcement standing outside that school, and it took an hour to stop this threat. Now, we've heard that most of the killing happened in the first few minutes, but we don't know that yet. And there could have been kids in that classroom that were still alive that needed for a first responder to reach them. And look, it's pretty clear the response was atrocious. And so we'll see. We'll see what the Texas DPS say today, but my heart goes out to those parents. I just can't believe what I was seeing. Couldn't believe it.